seek refuge in the United States based on political persecution, sexual persecution, religious persecution, conflict, war. It lists them. And a lot of the persons who are going to the United States now don't fit any of those bills. For example, if I may just take a quick second and run this one. For example, a lot of the Jamaicans who go to the United States claim that they are homosexuals because
and they seek asylum as their land.
Asylum under that aspect of the act, saying that they're homosexual. But here's this now. Even when you seek that asylum, there has to be an investigation. In Jamaica, there is no evidence of persons who are homosexuals that are being disenfranchised in Jamaica. Matter of fact, 15 to 20 years ago, Canada, the United States, and England were three major countries who would accept every Jamaican who come up and say them are run from Jamaica because them are gay. Guess what happened? At one point, the British came to Jamaica and did a study. Part of the study was to consult with the constabulary force and the security forces in Jamaica to look at their books and to see how many reported cases of acts of violence against gay by straight people in Jamaica. And when they did the research, it came out with almost nil, because where gays were killed in Jamaica or injured or whatever, none of those cases were because they were gay. As a matter of fact, they were killed or injured. In most cases, it was by their own. So the authorities recognized that this thing was not genuine, and they cut it. So you can no longer go to England or Canada and go seek asylum.
But is the easiest thing now to get through in Canada.
Yeah?
Yeah. Lots of them do it now. Man doing it, and woman.
Well, I know that there was a study back in 2016, I think it was, or 2014, either 2014 or 2016, that revealed that the claim about being persecuted for that sort of thing in Jamaica
I don't know if them still investigate it, but as I say, who that them get through? Man just take picture with man and send it to him.
Yeah.
Them get through.
All right. Can I say something, please? All right.
Yes, sir.
It's fighting, yeah? Manners and respect, everybody. We need to nip this thing in the body now. We keep hearing it. You see, there's a thing called propaganda where the Republicans always use, and this idea that Obama deported more immigrants. Listen, if you read Obama's book, when he wrote after he left office, he said he carried on the Bush administration policy. And the reason why he did that was just so the Republicans don't say the Democrats are soft on immigration. We need to nip that in the bud. So when you say Obama deported mass and all of this, let me finish. Thank you. So, and another thing, look, the election has gone. Trump has won. The Democrats, as much as I would have liked to have seen a black woman in office or an Indian woman or whatever you want to call it in office, she didn't win. So let's move on. Trump win. This overselling of Trump, it's gone. I believe in democracy. As much as sometimes idiots get the vote and it's worth the same as my vote or somebody else's vote, will follow government and follow politics and understand it. Idiots who don't follow also get to vote and cast their vote for whoever they want to vote for. Now, this is also a part of the democracy process where the winner now take the reins of power. And me, I believe in that. I may accept that. And I must move on. This overselling of Trump, it doesn't need to continue. Him win already. Now let's see what he's going to do. You understand this idea? Hold on, let me say one more thing. Let me say this final thing and I'm done. One final thing and I'm done. No, but let me say this final thing. Nobody interjected you when you were selling Trump, okay? When you said Trump is listen more black music than any white person. What kind of nonsense is that? We don't care. Nobody cares. Win already.
Let me tell you what you should care about. Let me tell you what you should care about. What he is stopping is that the gay agenda, like you said, they're bringing down there.
I
That's
don't
one.
business with that
Two,
neither. That's none of
you
my business.
should.
I'm not gay,
You
and
should.
nobody in my
You
circle
should.
is gay.
Here's the
So,
next
so
thing.
that
Here's
don't
the next
Dark
thing.
concern
Let
Knight,
me
me.
stop
Dark
it
Knight.
because I live
If you
here,
don't,
so I care
not
about
because
it.
you don't business about
Check
it, there are
easy.
other people
Check.
who concerned about
That's
that.
right.
That's
So
type of
because I live
behavior,
here
brother.
Yes,
and
but
I have
even that, do
lived
you
with
not
your
think that?
Obama
Do
garbage
you
that
not
you
think
just
that?
said.
Did
All
you
right,
think that that's
listen.
what was
Hey,
going
brother,
on
I
over
let you speak
before?
and I let you call me an
Did you
idiot.
Guys,
did you
guys,
Okay.
think that was
all
So give
going
me a
on
calmly,
minute
over
to
one at a
talk.
before?
time, one at
Let
a
me
time,
speak,
please.
sir.
I'm
Let me
not hearing
speak.
a thing.
So listen to the man's policy. Since you want to get off his stupidity and the idiots that voted for him. When you get a second, my friend, you
I
go,
didn't
you
call
go,
you an idiot, sir.
you
I didn't
go,
call
and
you
you
an
look,
idiot, sir.
you
Sir,
go,
I
and
didn't
you
call you.
look. Okay, okay, I apologize. You didn't call me an idiot. You
I didn't
call
call
others
you
an
an
idiot.
idiot.
You call
All
others
right,
an
just
idiot.
one person at
You're
a time.
right. You call others an idiot for expressing their independence. So here's something because you seem like an
Directly
educated
Trump
person. So
voters.
here's something
Make
you
him
should go look
finish
into.
up.
Here's something you should go look into. Go look into his policy. Since I've heard someone say he doesn't have any policy, go and look into his recommended economic policy that was just discussed by one of the most renowned economics in the world, who said that if he's able to implement what he's talking about implementing, it's an additional $30,000 a year per family in this country.
All right, tell us about that, please.
30,000. So what he's talking to some of them is this:
Yeah.
we're going to stop giving out all this money we're giving. We're going to stop sending $63 billion that we have just spent on illegal immigration, while you're only spending $3 billion on the ladies and gentlemen who fought in the military. We're going to stop propping up Israel in the war they're doing over there, because we should not be giving Israel money for their war. Right?
Okay,
We're going to
okay.
stop this. Hold on, brother. Because
I'm listening to you, man. Go ahead.
what they don't understand is this: $10 billion in an economy can change a lot of people's lives. When you're talking about this Indian lady, every time they ask her, what is your plan? She giggled. This is one of the reasons she lost.
We're not talking about the lady. You're talking about Trump
I'm
and
talking
his
about
plans.
Trump, and I'm
Go with
explaining
Trump
the
and the
difference in
plans.
the two, because
All
you're
right,
talking
all
about
right.
No,
I need
no,
to,
policies.
I
no.
need to
My
interject
brother.
now. You said a
Policies,
lot.
My
man.
brother.
So
You
let's
said a lot.
compare the
Now I need to
policies then.
interject.
Dark
You
Knight.
said a lot.
Dark Knight. Just hold on, Dark Knight. Give Kevin an opportunity to sell the
I'm not
economic
selling it.
policy that he's talking about.
I
This
don't
is what we
vote. I'm
understand.
an independent.
Dark Knight,
I've
we're coming
never
to you next,
voted.
you know, man. That's hang on a second, man. We're coming to you.
Brother, I've lived in this country, and let me tell you something, man.
Kevin,
When I came, let me speak. Can I
Kevin.
finish?
No,
Yes.
man. Just go ahead and tell us the policies, the economic policies that is going to benefit America. You're selling those, and I'm very much interested.
I'm not
in
selling
want to
them.
hear it.
I'm not selling them.
Well, you're
What I'm
not
saying to
selling,
you
but
is,
you're telling us
I'm
about
telling
them.
you what the man put out there.
So go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm done. I am finished, man.
So
I
the
am
two
finished.
policies you spoke about stop spending on wars, external wars. For example, the conflict in Israel, possibly one in Ukraine, and other conflicts. Now, let me just take you back for a moment. I don't know if you're a vet.
Turf, including the turf also,
Yes, the
where
Tariff.
big other country have to pay.
PA to come in and all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah. All right. So let me explain something to you. Because when you talk about these things, you can't talk about them without explaining how it is going to benefit the Americans. Because let me explain something to you. America.
I'm going to let you finish. I'm saying is this, right? We're here, and we're supposed to be having a conversation, right? A discussion among us, right? And I'm doing my best to take the emotion, right, and just have the intellectual. But when I feel emotions coming, you understand, it makes me say, you know what? Let me just take pause, man, and have these
No, man.
gentlemen.
It's not an emotional conversation. I think we're having a cool conversation. What I am saying to you though, Kevin, is that you spoke about a couple of initiatives and policies that Trump would pursue, will pursue, because it's no longer whether or not he's going to be the president. He is the president now. So we're expecting that these policies are going to be implemented. Now you talk about cutting spending on the wars, like for example in Ukraine and in Israel. No, I want you to listen to me and listen to me carefully. The United States does not exist in a vacuum. The United States did not become the United States simply because they locked into the 52 states and do what they have to do for their people. No. United States foreign policy is the nucleus of what drive America.
Absolutely.
America's foreign policy is the driver for every aspect of American life. That is why in every single continent on earth and in every region on earth, America maintained a presence. America did not become first world simply because they have 52 states. They became first world because their foreign policy, one of the things why America don't have a lot of attacks in America is because they fight who they consider to be their enemy outside of America. So the
Absolutely.
minute you pursue a policy that waters down America's external forces, you are now going on the defense. I don't care how much money you save, you are going on the defense. And one thing you will never see happen in the United States, and you can mark that down today in your book, you will never see a reduction in the amount of money that is spent on all of these conflicts, whether it is in Gaza, whether it is in Afghanistan, whether it is in Iraq or Saudi Arabia, wherever. America will always maintain a presence in these regions, and they will always play a part in these conflicts because it is what drives America. America is a military country. Any day that the military becomes dormant for 12 months, the country goes into a recession. History proves that. The military must be active.
I don't disagree with that. I completely agree with that. That is why they spend 10 times more than any other country around the world on the military.
I'd like to clarify something, please. I did not call Trump voters idiots. I did not, because I agree Democrats didn't deserve to win this election. And I can say that wholeheartedly. They did not deserve to win this election. You understand what I'm saying? And I can guarantee
I apologize for saying that. And I already apologize, and I'll apologize again. I see that it hit a nerve, and I apologize.
No, you didn't hit my nerve. No, because I didn't have a vote in this race. Nor did I have a horse in this race, sorry. So you didn't hit my nerve. I'm just saying, don't put words in my mouth. Anyway, what I am saying is this. Yeah, Democrats did not deserve to win this election. And we all saw that. We all saw that. And when you ask Trump, what are your policies? And this idea that Trump is going to come do economic reforms and all this, he's not touching the economy. Because under Obama, then under Trump, and then under Biden, the economy was going in a direction of upwards. It was trending upwards. So none of them didn't really need to touch the economy. What do you mean it's not true?
That is not true. That is not true. Listen, man. Listen, brother. I work here. I work here. I own a business here. Okay, I'm telling you that is not true.
I am telling you the economy is going in the right direction. I am telling you that.
Yeah? You said the economy is going in the right direction?
The economy is trending upwards.
Yeah, it is trending upwards. And look here, let me explain something to you again, my brother.
Biden didn't need to touch it.
Dark Knight, there's something that Kevin...
Let me tell you this, Chops. Chops, let me say this and I'm done. But the Trump presidency that you see coming now, is not touching the economy. Me, I tell you that.
It has to touch the economy. Which president don't have an impact on the economy? Just by electing Trump alone has implication for the economy. Just his election alone. Just him winning the election. So we can't...
Let's look at what's going on around the world right now.
But what you have to look at... What you have to
look at all that's going on around the world.
Hold on,
see
Kevin.
What's happening right now.
Hold on, Kevin. Dark Knight, you have to bear something in mind. Trump came in office and it has implications on the economy already without him even striking a pen. Secondly, you have to listen to the plans that Donald Trump has for the United States and how they are going to affect the economy and the country overall. He spoke about fracking, drill, baby, drill. What does that mean for the average American? It means that the cost of energy is going to be lowered. Once America starts to drill, then OPEC, the oil mogul, will now have to reduce their prices of oil per barrel on the international market because what America is going to do, because Trump have to do it, he has to prove to the world that he has the wherewithal to make effective changes and make them quickly. So one of the first things that he's going to do is giving the green light to these fracking companies up in Texas and other places. And once those companies start to drill, then the OPEC, the Saudi Arabias and the Kuwait and all those countries will have to lower the price on the open market. That is going to have global implication on the cost of oil in a positive way, right? That's number one. Number two, he spoke about bringing in Elon Musk. He talked about bringing in Elon Musk as one of those persons to head up some area of government that will deal with speeding up, cutting down the bureaucracy for businesses. That's a good thing. But my fear is that the person who is asking to head these entities is going to make decisions that might just to benefit their business. But because they don't want it to appear that way, they might be forced to make some decisions that will benefit the wider business community in the United States. So I'm not worried about Elon Musk heading up that he's going to put things only to benefit his space program and all that good stuff. But some good things are going to happen there. And these are low-hanging fruits.
He also want to bring in back jobs in terms of building American product in America.
All right. So here's the challenge
again. Speak to the tariff.
So here's the challenge now. Here's the difficulty that Trump faces. Those are the two I outlined that I think are going to be positive. So here are the two pillars now that he's going to have some challenges with. He talks about migrating Americans' job, meaning bringing productivity back into America. So he's going to slap a tariff on American investors who invest in countries like China, Singapore, or Malaysia, wherever. He's going to slap a tariff on their products, encouraging them with the intention that they will bring the manufacturing back into the United States. Yeah, great idea on the surface of it. But listen how the policies can run counter to each other now. If the immigration policy is activated in its full effect and has a strong implication on productivity in the United States, we know from history that the United States was never ever built by Americans. It was always immigrants. So if you attack the people that will build the economy and you send them out of the country, it means that you're going to have a problem with productivity. Because if you bring the jobs back to the Americas and you don't have the personnel to do the work, it means that you're going to have to pay triple the cost to get it done in America. What does that mean? It means that you're now going to have to pass that cost on to the consumer. So you're looking at higher cost of living in some space. And again, because you don't have persons to do the job, because you send them out, you're going to have problems. So Trump might have to strike a balance. You hear what the Fed chairman said? The Fed chairman said, Trump cannot influence the decision of the Feds because the Fed is independent. I think one of the things that Trump would like to do, if he had the power, is to say to the Fed, lower interest rate by 3 or 4 percentage points, because that is going to make me look good. Or just print some money. He cannot do that because the Feds is not going to listen to him. So even though Trump have his ways, there's some level of checks and balance in the system that will keep the wheels turning in a fair and honest way. So me no panic. Me think Trump have a glorious opportunity now to do some things that will benefit America in a positive way and will benefit the world if he gets it right. And I think he has no choice because he blundered so badly in the first run that he have to correct it now. Half of cabinet gone to jail. You remember that? Half of the people who serve in a Trump campaign, in a Trump office, gone to jail.
That's true. And you know, one of the things he said about that is that when he first came into office the first term, He said, first of all, he didn't expect to win. That's the first thing he said. He said, I did not expect to win. So he said, when he won, everything came as a shock. So he was just picking up people, adding people. He said people was coming to him, telling him, hey, you need to put a person here, you need to put a person there. And he would just do it, right? And he said he found out that was the wrong thing to do. This time he's more methodical, he's going about it a whole lot different, right? Now, don't get me wrong. It's not that I have such an affinity for Trump that I'm praising him or whatever the case may be. But when I've seen the man for the past 30 years, whatever the case may be, outside of politics, his attitude towards, people of my youth, you understand, it didn't come across as this racist to me, right? So that's what I would say about that. Okay. My focus right now is what's been going on for the past 4 years. I know what my pocketbook, what my wallet look like now compared to back then. You understand what I'm saying? So that's the only thing I speak on. I speak on the things that he's talking about doing for the country here, as far as economically. He's talking about American product going overseas and American companies have to pay a tariff, right? But when the countries send their stuff here, they don't pay any tariff, right? He's talking about raising the tariff on China 60%. You understand? Because of what the Chinese have been doing to America. We know all the jobs that went overseas is not coming back. But New Balance make one of the best sneakers in the world, and they're still here in the United States, right? Nikes make garbage, right? So he's not talking about bringing everything back. Another thing is, a lot of these CEOs here went from making 30 times what their employee makes to making 300 times what their employees make, right? So that's a lot of the reasons why they moved their companies overseas. It's not so much that the product would be so expensive, is that you'd be asking these CEOs to take a pay cut. How can a man run a company, a financial company, into the ground and then still walk away with a $200 million bonus after you run a company into the ground? So a lot of that goes on in America, and a lot of that is the reason why so many people are here suffering. So I'm not looking to this man to be the end all be all. You understand? I'm just looking for something different than what we had the last 3.5 going on 4 years. That is it.
But the last 2.5, 3, 4 years should not be attributed solely to the Democratic Party and their handling of the economy, because the truth is, I think sometimes we have this discussion, even in Jamaica, and we have the discussion in isolation of the reality that we had a global pandemic 100 years ago. We had one. And we had one just during that period. The world overall lost at least 2 years. 2 years of almost zero productivity. Look at a country like Jamaica, my brother. Jamaica did not have a cruise ship docked on its port for 2 years. Not one single cruise ship docked in Jamaica for 2 years. Now, if you look at the numbers, cruise ship passengers, cruise ship arrivals in Jamaica makes up at least a good 40 to 45% of the tourism product of Jamaica in terms of stopover visitors. The cruise ship is hundreds, thousands of passengers disembark a ship every time it docks in Jamaica. We did have that for 2 years. And I'm quite certain that the same thing exists in the United States and the different cities who depend on the arrival of cruise ships. Every cruise ship was grounded. Certain level of production was just halted. So we can't, a lot of the issues that we face.
This is true, this is true. And we do give them credit for that. But here's the thing, Chops, right? So we go back to where you see America with the wars, right? And this is a fact. But there's a difference between fighting proxy wars, which is what America is masterful at, right? And fighting overt wars where people can now see, okay, I see my money bleeding, right? See, one of the things that came out about what's going on over there with this Russian thing is that a lot of these guys over there are now buying super yachts.
Let me ask you a question, my brother. Why is it that America fights the war in Gaza? Why is it that they support Israel?
No,
do you know?
Well, that's my point. And this is a part of what the people over here are saying.
Do you know why?
Are we sending money to Israel?
Does the average American who against America supporting Israel understand in context why America have to support Israel?
Some do, you know. But the ones who are going out there, standing in line at the poll, discussion I'm having, the ones who are going out there, standing in the poll to go cast that vote, they don't care.
No, it's not a matter of don't care. They don't know. It's not a matter of don't care.
There you go. Because, and it's because
It's not a matter of don't care. They don't know.
it's because they don't know why they don't care, Charles. Right?
There you go.
So what I'm saying is when they don't have someone articulating to them why we need to, and then another person can come by and articulate to them why we shouldn't.
All right. Let me ask you another question. Does the average American understand why America had to support Zelensky in Ukraine against Putin?
Listen, the average American over here barely reads, chaps.
There you go. And that's why I'm saying to you, my brother, there's a deficit. And when people don't have the knowledge and the understanding of what is happening around them, they are allowed to make decisions or make utterances that really has no place. Because if people really understand geopolitics or understand global politics, they would appreciate why America have to intervene in these countries.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Greetings, everyone. I would want to ask the gentleman, how does implementing tariff on goods coming from China, how does that help America? Just somebody answer that question before.
Ask the question again. Ask the question one more time.
I got it.
How does introducing tariff on goods coming from China help America?
All right, very good question. Go ahead. Was it Dark Knight or Kevin who wanted to answer it? Go ahead.
It wasn't me. That was Kevin. That's Kevin. No.
Go ahead,
Kevin.
You have to pay to get your stuff off the docks.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple. Whichever companies that shipping that stuff over.
Okay.
Right? Not only that, you know, you have commerce between countries.
Hold on.
So listen.
Hold on a second. Let him answer.
So listen, you say the company that is exporting the goods, they are the ones who pay the tariff.
But Kevin is a Kevin is a businessman.
Guys.
The person who is importing the goods, they are the one who pay the tariff, right?
No, but hold on a second, my brother. I think
guys, can I break it down?
Let me say this.
It's simple.
Hold on a second. I think we're reasoning the thing out of context, because the truth is, my brother, if Trump were to, I left the question for Kevin because he is really the one who is championing the policies of Trump. I'm trying to maintain a balance.
Some of them. I'm not championing them, but
some of them. Yeah, man.
So let me just
hold on a second, Kevin. Hold on a second, Kevin. That policy in particular, where a tariff is going to be levied against the the export of goods into the United States, the person who will pay that bill is the consumer who purchased that goods and services. Simple put.
Okay then.
Because whomever it is, whether it is the exporter, whether it is the manufacturer, it doesn't matter. Every single job, one of them will pass that on to the consumer. End user. The consumer is going to pay for it.
I don't think it will benefit America, because in terms of
it can. Guys,
America is Canada's largest trade partner. 85% of Canadian product went to America. Now, they set up the tariff and it come to pass. Canadian product are got more expensive in America. They have to raise the product. It's gonna be loss of jobs in America, also Canada.
Let me tell you the intent.
Guys, can you guys give me 1 minute? I've been sitting here and trying to put one piece in, and these guys just won't give anybody a chance.
Go ahead, man.
All right. Clarence asked a question, and somehow you guys going away from it. He said, how would the tariff benefit America? Let me give you one example how tariff does benefit any country. Take, for example, the reason why America have tariff on EVs coming into America, coming out of China, is that the CEO of Ford went to China to see how they made their trucks. And when he saw what China was doing, he came back and went down to Washington and said, guys, if you allow these things in this country, the car manufacturers here who are trying to transform over into EVs, they will not survive. So the Biden administration had to say, you know what? We're going to put tariffs so they can come in. But the day that America catch up in making EVs, then that ban will be lifted. That's how tariff work. But the tariff that Trump is trying to throw in will never work, because any tariff that is charged is going to be passed on to the consumers, because that's how business work. And Kevin knows that.
And so a lot of the tariffs that he's talking about government tariff. The government do for the country commerce. So any economist knows that if you strike up imports coming into the country, it's going to trickle down, because the CEOs are not going to take a pay cut. We all know that. So
Right.
the man is talking about country to country commerce. These large corporations, just like you said, that are trying to import things into America, right? And they're not allowing the Americans to do the same. So those are the tax that he's talking about, right? But every country has a what you have to pay to put whatever product you're bringing from your country into theirs.
Yeah, and
So gentlemen, remember, I want to say something. That's why I asked the question. The follow-up question is, so do you agree that implementing tariff on goods that is imported in whichever country drives inflation up? Would you agree?
It depends.
It can,
It depends.
but you have to put it in context. Remember now, when a tariff is being imposed on a country, as someone just alluded to a while ago, it really deals with the tariff at the higher level, where the agreement for importation is concerned. No, it doesn't matter what level you impose a tariff, there is going to be effect on the end user. It is also going to have an effect on how the market react to such tariff. The intention of the tariff is what we need to look at. Why Trump wants to put a tariff in place? Because he wants to discourage the migration of production from the United States. That's the key result that he wants to get. He wants to deter companies from taking the production out of the United States and bringing it to another country. Listen,
Your mind reading, bro. Thank you.
wherever you tie a cow, they have to eat. You see, globalization, there are aspects of globalization that we can appreciate, but globalization also hurt small countries. For example, countries like Jamaica and other smaller countries. It hurt us because we cannot compete with a high productivity country. It makes it difficult. It shut us out because it doesn't matter what we can do in Jamaica. Right now, there are certain indigenous products that Jamaica produce and other countries are producing them. For example, coconut, ackee. There are other countries who are going to produce these things and outproduce us to the extent that we become not important to the market. Look at banana. Banana was king. Where's banana today in Jamaica? But there are other countries who are able to produce it at a cheaper rate and sell it to our trading partner cheaper than us, so it wipes us out the market. So that's a negative effect on globalization.
But that's why Andrew wants to bring nuclear energy in the country so that we can compete with other countries.
And the truth is, the key to unlock productivity in countries like Jamaica now is it has to be the cost of energy. I've been saying this for over 20 years.
Of course, and people don't understand that.
You see, we came into power and we had 3 ministers of finance. I'm yet to see a government, whether JLP or PNP, when they get control of the government, look at the energy portfolio and say, I'm going to put 3 ministers in this ministry because I need to lower the cost of energy by 50%. Let me tell you something. If you lower the cost of energy in Jamaica by 50%, the very crime that we are talking about here is going to be a thing of the past. because energy drives productivity. Productivity drives growth. Growth reduces crime.
True, Chopper. I've been trying to prove that to people and they can't see it. They're talking about, oh, but if nuclear energy this, America can put one nuclear submarine right there in Kingston Harbor and it power the whole complete Jamaica.
Me say, any day we try to go that direction, that is a day that the PNP would never see back power in this country. If we ever win a third term and pursue a barge, one of those big old barge out there, a nuclear, because a nuclear plant is like a big standby generator where you just plug the country into it.
And they don't know how safe it is now.
But the technology is different. The technology, the nuclear technology today is 500 times better than it was 30 years ago. The waste, the nuclear waste that everybody worried about years ago. Let me tell you something. If I had my way, the Goat Island that Nepal and everybody is having them draws in and not over, I would put a nuclear plant out there. To hell with those few little fishes. Those few little fishes can't help me. Preserving that marine life out there. It is better for me to put a nuclear plant out there.
Right. And our backside, you won't have to ship it out anymore. You process it right there in Jamaica.
That's why you take the smelter plants, which should have been here from in the 70s, poor negotiation by Michael Manley. The smelter plants cannot come to Jamaica because the cost of energy making the production of alumina and the byproducts too expensive. And that is why some of these backside, we can't. So if they can get nuclear power
in Jamaica, you have to ship out the aluminum. You can't recycle aluminum in Jamaica. They have to ship it out.
I don't know if recycle is a word, because what happened is that the aluminum is used to make several things. And what Jamaica is aiming to do is to have the bauxite companies bring their smelter plants here in Jamaica. The aluminum foil, which is one of the most popular byproduct of bauxite. Aluminum foil, simple aluminum foil, you see there, where everybody uses it all over in different grades, different form, could be produced right here in Jamaica.
Yeah, of course.
We could take on a single aluminum product and make it our own and produce that. We could produce parts for airplane in Jamaica.
There you go.
The
because
possibility
I work in that industry,
endless,
so I can tell you guys.
It needs somebody who's going to recognize that for us to get to that level, we have to zero in and focus on one important factor, which is going to unlock our productive capability, and that is the cost of energy. I don't see the effort on that.
No, Andrew's on his way. He just signed the agreement with Canada, so it's on its way.
So,
how long that will take to come online, Elder?
It can hold long, man.
I'm asking.
To get there.
I don't know. I'm asking
to get there. I see. How long?
Yeah, how long will it come online fully?
It depends on the agreement, because all it needs is a barge that has the reactor on it. It's in existence right now. They're using them over in the Mediterranean in some of those countries.
Okay,
so
gentlemen,
it's just getting it there.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
If any of the gentlemen on the chat here ever visit one of those plant that they process the bauxite? Yeah, you ever visit one of those plants?
Yes.
We're in Jamaica or outside Jamaica?
No, it's not in Jamaica.
Not the
processing. I'm talking about like where they send the bauxite from here. Where they make all the byproducts and all of that. You ever visit any of those plants?
Not physically.
Okay, so what I'm saying right now, I was talking to somebody the other day, and the environmental effect that have, I don't think we are nowhere prepared to manage that. But the places where they do produce all of these byproducts is in the middle of nowhere. And when you look around those areas, it's total environmental devastation. So we can't really look at it in a vacuum. You know, it's I am pretty sure we don't make not even a spoon from backside right now, and it's for good reason. It
The
is for good
technology
reason.
is better because there are scrubbers now that they use, because I work in the industry where we use a lot of aluminum, and we use scrubbers right here in New York, that when we are cutting aluminum, our scrubbers will make sure that none of that smoke get out into the air. So there are scrubbers. The technology is way better than it was before. The impact environmentally now it's not as high as it was.
I wanted to say I agree with Chops in terms of the energy cost. Because I've said to people, a lot of people keep asking why is things so expensive in Jamaica, and I keep telling people it's because Jamaica have a production issue. You know, we can always build the raw materials in Jamaica, you know, in terms of agriculture, food, and all of them stuff. And them ask why are these things being imported? Because we don't have production in Jamaica, and that could be one of the aspects why we don't. You know, energy cost, the cost of
Of
energy.
course,
You know, it's
anywhere you
also
go, it takes energy.
exactly, exactly. And also in terms of tariff, I don't know if adding tariff in today's day and age is a good idea. I don't know. You know,
No,
I'm
it
yet
can
to
be good. I
see.
explain it. Did you
No, no, I
understand what
understand. I understand. Yeah,
right?
yeah, no, no, I get what you're saying. But what I'm alluding to is we live in a globalized world now. And what I heard a friend of mine at work said the other day, and said even China is now exporting their production of clothes. You know, they used to make clothes in China. Even they're now outsourcing that because it's cheaper to do it in other places like
That's
Vietnam.
why. That's why they
China is
want
not.
Even
Taiwan.
China
That's the reason.
and
Outsourcing
Taiwan.
That's
because
why.
it's cheaper.
That's why China is after Taiwan,
No,
because
no,
Taiwan
guys.
is very productive.
No,
Yeah,
China is
exactly.
not outsourcing those things because it's cheaper. China
I'm a
is trying
Chinese
to switch
brethren
its
tell me, you know.
production to high
I'm a
technology.
Chinese brethren tell me, you know, trucks. So why I'm here still.
China, the present leader of China is trying to switch China to high-end technology to match what the
I
US
hear
is
that
doing.
too. He did say
That's
that
what the
too.
US
He
said
did
out to
say
them
that too.
little sitting. That's what they're trying to
Chucks,
do. Switch to
Chucks, him
high
did say
technology.
that. Chucks, him did say that to me too. Him said that. Him said them a try no focus on technology. So yeah, it's
Yes.
true. It's true. It's true.
Hey, guys! You know that the largest chip maker that's in Taiwan is owned by China, and I can tell you that facts because I own 2,300 of their stocks. And it's the largest. That's one of the largest Chinese company outside of China, and America is spending a lot of money in this company. All they making noise about China this, China that. And if you think I'm lying, go look up
But
Foxconn
elder,
on
here's
high
the thing.
precision.
Elder, here's the thing though, what people need to realize and understand as well. You see, the force for China is now forcing its way in our lifetime. China GDP will most likely overtake America. You understand? So
That's why they're going
when
BRICS,
we are trying
because they're depending too much on the US dollar, and that's why BRICS is forming.
exactly. So and why you think the Prime Minister and Holness went to India to sign to put an
Oh,
embassy there?
there you go.
He might try broaden the horizon of Jamaica, expanding Jamaica outlook. Because yesteryears, when Jamaica used to look at America, Canada, India, England, Jamaica can't look on them countries no more. Because in reality, you know, Elder, if you look at the metric scales, these countries are going down somewhat slightly in terms
Of
of
course,
GDP. And the
a lot of
growing
people don't
economies are
see.
like Brazil, the growing economies are Brazil, India, China, those Far East countries. For years, we've been studying the growth of Southeast Asia. Those are
And
the
that's why
countries that's coming up now.
they realize if they keep using the US dollar to trade, they're not going to go
It's
anywhere.
holding
So
them
they
back.
have to change.
Exactly. Exactly.
And Holness, I tell you, that man has a vision,
He's
man, that
smart.
if
He's smart.
Jamaicans would only understand that this man has a vision and he's
He's smart.
seeing out what's
Stop,
happening in the
sorry.
world, that is trying to
They're,
move with
they're
it.
trying to move away from the US dollar so it cannot be weaponized against them.
Of course.
It's when they remove Russia from the what you call this, the SWIFT system. All the other countries are realizing that hey, America can get Mexico tomorrow morning and take way off of that. So the idea to move from the US dollar is about protecting so they cannot be weaponized against them and make them people suffer.
You see
Right?
how much as Trump win, you see how the stock market jump. Watch and see in
No,
another 6 months what's going to happen.
Elder, believe me. Elder, believe me. Whether we accept it or not. And I'm sorry for all those Trump fans out there. And Biden and Obama have a part to play in this as well. I'm not excusing them. Whether we accept it or not, I'm sorry to say this, but America is losing global influence. Whether you accept it or not. They are
And they
losing
don't
global
want to make the
influence.
adjustment.
The thing about
Exactly.
I don't believe in global influence. Some just want, I mean, Marcus Garvey,
Exactly.
this is Africa
Tread,
for
tread
Africans.
careful. Tread careful, Chucks, because there's a few Trump fans over here. So tread careful.
Let me tell you something about me and Trump's fan.
Tread,
And I
tread
tell you this.
lightly.
You see the Democratic Party in America,
Mm.
I don't forget that in 2011, them come here and tell Bruce Golding to resign.
Thank
Mm-hmm.
you.
So when me see somebody had them put up them off, remember that.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes,
Let
but
him know that let him know that that man came there and deliberately tried to destabilize that country to help a political party down there. That same Obama he's trumping for. You
And you
understand?
see,
You
and you,
notice I use Trump?
and you
The
see
same
with
Obama
Holness
you're
going,
trumping for?
you see with
he's jumping
Holness
for
going to
Obama.
India. Watch how they're going to come after him.
Well, here's my thing. Here's my thing. America is losing global influence, okay? And that's purely because the world realized that the term of the presidents are too short term. And for yesteryears, presidents' agreements used to stretch across administrations, you see? And when you have a president that's radical, rightly or wrongly, I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, can just get up and, tear up the agreements, that doesn't help global stability. And this is why the BRICS are forming. You understand what I'm saying? And this is why what you said, Elder, these countries are looking out for themselves now. You understand? So
People doesn't understand
Countries
what
have
BRICS
always looked out for
what BRICS is
themselves, man.
about. You know, one
that's not the
BRICS
point,
dollar.
Kevin. That's not the point. You're missing the point.
You
Brother, I'm
know,
not missing
you,
the point. What I'm saying to you is this:
Point.
China looks out for
Countries
China.
always look
The
out for
every
Canadian
themselves.
looks out
country
for the
look out for
Canadians.
themselves. Every
Countries
BRICS
country
always
looks
look
look
out
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 for
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 the
themselves.
themselves.
BRICS.
But they
America
always
looks
look to
out for
America
America.
for leadership. No.
Every country has to look out for themselves, brother.
Yes,
They
everybody
have to.
knows that. Nobody's disputing that. But countries always look to America for that leadership. They always have, and they always
And that's
did.
part of what's decimating the system now because the Democrats look out for everybody first except the Americans. And what I'm saying to you, brother, is this. If I'm taking care of my family, right? And my neighbor a couple blocks away is taking care of his family, but have a problem with the way I'm taking care of my family after he's beating and abusing his, and I let him I mind my business, shouldn't I have a problem with that?
And what I'm saying to you is, America's always been that sort of that big brother globally, rightly or wrongly.
You
Nobody put
cannot
them in
be
that place.
everything to everybody,
No,
brother. That's what I'm
nobody
saying.
did
It's
it.
going to
No, but
deplete
that's not
you.
the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is America has always had that role to play in society. If they don't like a certain government in a certain country, they destabilize that country,
And
Republicans or
Chopper
Democrats.
explained
And
that
that is true.
why they have bases
And
all over the
America,
world because
Exactly.
and let
That
me
is
Republicans
just and
true.
control it.
let me just say this too. Let me just say this final thing, and I'm gonna come off mine. Let me just say this. America, one of their foreign secretaries said America don't have friends. And I agree. They don't have friends. They have interests. And you can't
You
blame
have
them for
friends,
having
brother.
interests.
That's where you're missing the point. Every country has interests. You cannot
That's
build your
but
relationship based on just friendship.
how is it that I'm missing the point? I didn't say countries don't have friends. I'm saying to you what America said. And you have to accept that American is a
Well,
highly
guys,
consumer society.
well, I
They
can tell us,
consume a lot.
that there's a period in Jamaica that our friendship, our foreign relations, was based on friendship, not interest. And that was under between 1972 and 1980. Jamaica's global policy was on friendship.
Like Cuba and Jamaica.
Cuba
Yes.
and Russia.
That was
Yes, and
Michael
Cuba.
Manley, by the way. I
Right.
just wanted to put that in.
It was friendship. It wasn't interest.
It was never
Exactly.
interest. If it was interest, we would have looked at the fact that our greatest trading partner was right next door to us, and we would not have sided with the Russians who were miles away.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying.
Chopper, I
That is
love
exactly
when
what
you talk.
Not friendship.
That's what
Interest.
I'm
We
saying.
do best for ourselves based on what's best for us, right? What is our best interest?
Well, can you
understand?
measure that up now with the Andrew Holness led administration and recognize that for the not for the first time,
Hey, let me
but
tell
that
you something.
Andrew Holness is
Chop,
now
let me tell you
putting
something.
Jamaica
India
I
and
don't
Jamaica.
understand. I
interest.
don't understand how people in Jamaica at this point can say they don't see anything Andrew Holness has done down here. It's one of the most infuriating things to me sitting here,
No,
man.
but the truth is, no, my
listening
brother,
to people, man.
just
It's
Jamaica's
insulting, man.
geopolitical positioning now is perhaps the best it has ever been. Just look at what pertains now with the Chinese and the Americans, and measure that up against what existed during the Cold War period between the USSR and America. Just look at how leadership matters. Look at how Michael Manley managed that situation, and just look at how Andrew is managing the situation now between Jamaica in the middle, China, and the United States. It's similar, you know.
India.
The one is a
India,
Cold
look
War,
at the
and one is an
alignment with
economic
India.
war.
That was masterful. I watched that. That was masterful because you know what? Any misdirection that young man had took in there could have been so.
But not only
could
that,
have
my
had a
brother.
really
Just think
negative
about the
impact on
other.
the
Think
island.
about the other element that he had to maneuver around. Remember that the political party that is in office in the United States at the time of the conflict was the Democrats, and the Democrats don't align with the JLP. How did Andrew Holness manage to navigate this country through the conflict that existed between China and the United States and did not come into the crosshair of the Democratic Party like we did back in 2007 or we did back in the 1970s? Think
Right,
about
and he
it.
pulled the country out of the pandemic.
Exactly.
Most countries still struggling now.
And you know what I think the answer to that question is? The country's economy. America treat you based on how you want to be treated. If you have a healthy economy and your country has stability, America cannot and will not impose their foreign policy on you, because it is not easy to impose your foreign policy on a country that has some level of stability. The weaker the country, the more control America will have over you. And
That's
I
why
think
they can't
Jamaica has
control
positioned
Canada.
themselves now that America is now showing us a different level of respect and appreciation. Look at
True,
Nigel
Chopper,
Clark. You
true.
think that Nigel Clark could have been hired? You think that Omar Davis could have been hired to go to the IMF during the 1990s?
Tell Chuck say Omar Davis start
Yes, I want to go church.
Do you think that Omar Davis back in the
Remember that
90s
man Chucks?
could have been considered for a job at the IMF or the
That
World
is
Bank?
not true.
Chucks, a man tell
That's
Chucks
right.
say
How about the
Chucks
Sunday
and a man
service
tell
to come back, you know?
Why Chuck
when they
beating that?
when the Chucks
You
in the
like the
research
Sunday service, man.
when they we still away paying and saying go look for research.
You got his own reasons to come back. No, man. Philippian chap is not with chap is just say people are saying it. But it not happen. We know it not happen.
No, I'm asking a question. I said, because Jamaica's global position is so different from what it usually is, we are so respected to the extent that we are now seen on the global scene as a high priority. And I'm asking the question, during the 1990s, when Dr. Omar Davis was finance minister, do you think that the
Just a minute,
IMF
sir.
or IDB or World Bank would
I am saying to
consider
you,
hiring
Trump,
Omar
Mr.
Davis at the IMF?
Mr. Trump, I'm saying to you, a man come tell we say
He was
Omar
never
Davis was
considered.
approached.
Was a what? Approach
He was approached.
to sweep the corridor?
To plunge the toilet.
Right?
Sweep the corridor. That's out of your mind.
Hey, Trump, the man.
And you know, the thing about that era to chaps, they also had a friendly administration in Washington.
Precisely. And we doing this with unfriendly. That's what I was telling Kevin a while ago. That you must think about the fact that we don't have our aligned political party in the United States, and we were still able to position ourselves at the top. It all has to do with leadership. Leadership matters. It matters who run this country.
I give that young man $1,010,000% credit. Jamaica has never been, like I said, man. I'm from a PNP area, grew up PNP until my dad built a new place and we moved from where we was living. Right? When I come to the island, we'll have some discussion on that. You understand? But I've never seen Jamaica in the place where I see it is now. There's countries around the world that is literally looking to Jamaica for leadership as small and as that island is. And they're looking because of the man who's at the top of it. So again, I say, when I sit back and I hear people in Jamaica, right, before I come to your thing here, I scroll past one gentleman thing and the man was over there shouting that, you know, JLP, the prime minister have never done anything. And I'm thinking to myself, if I can live it out of the country, I can live in the States, and I can see, even through all the propaganda stuff where the others throw out there, I can see what the man is doing. I don't understand how it's not visible to them that's right there on the ground seeing it. But then again, when I stop and I think of where I came from, that lets me know that, listen, man, these people have blinders on. I hear you guys try to have dialogues with some of them. It's a waste of time because, you know, it is what it is as far as they're concerned.
You know why, Kevin? I say it all the time is that, you know, people, if I take you and put you in a hog pen, and after a couple of days, you don't smell the stinkness no more because guess what? You don't get out of the pen. So they are in Jamaica, and no matter what happened, they don't want to see it because the mind is so programmed that.
No, Elder, I don't. Here's the problem with those people. Kevin, if you are walking on the street and I am sitting down, and you look at me and you say, young man, why are you sitting here? What can I do to get you out of here? There's a difference between me saying, you know, sir, all I want is a plate of food, and me saying, boy, you know, sir, me feel say me get one nice little business to start. It can do better for me. It makes a difference what we see as progress. Right? You have some people, unless you give them $100, you have done nothing for them. But if you put one cornfield out, that's what I say, if you reap all of them candy and sell them, you can take everything. Them are going to consider say you don't do nothing for me. But if you give them $100, you'll be done.
I
what
come to Jamaica.
Consider to be progress makes a difference between the rhetoric you hear from them.
Jamaica, I'm going in a store to buy some food, and this man outside begged me saying, hungry. If I can give him money to buy something, I say, come with me, I'll buy you something inside. You know what he tell me? Give him the money. You know what I tell him? Forget it.
Thank you.
Because if you're hungry and I'm going to buy you food and you're going to tell me, no, give you the money instead, that means you're not hungry.
That means you're not hungry.
Exactly. And this is what I said, you know. Sorry, go ahead, sorry.
No, man, go ahead, Dad.
This is what I've been championing this thing. We need to change our relationship with our MPs and our ministers and our prime ministers. We need to understand what they are there for. They're not there to feed your family and send your picnic to school. That's not their job. Their job is to protect the interests of the community, the ministers, their portfolio, the prime minister, the country. Not to come and feed you and bury your
Jamaica need to go back and teach in civics.
Chaps would have said this.
Don't know how the government is run.
Hold on. You have some of the MPs that actually insert themselves in some situation where they are not supposed to. And then people begin to expect that of them.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Right, but you know why they don't teach civics anymore? Because they want the people them to keep the blindfold on. They need to
I
bring back
think them
civics.
bring it back to school, you know. I think them start teaching it again.
Well, they're better because
I need to double check that.
Right here in America, most Americans don't even know the 3 branches of the government.
Which is a problem. And that's a problem.
You know how much time I ask American, what's the 3 branches of the government?
That
And
is
they
a
don't
problem.
know.
That is
And
a
we
problem.
immigrants who come here know more how the government is run than the real Americans living here. Because one of the criteria to become a citizen, you have to study that.
Yes. And it's the same in
They don't have to
Jamaica.
study it.
We don't know if a Jamaican understand how the government system and structure work.
And that's why they need to bring back civics and then they'll vote differently.
Yeah, man,
But
civics is coming back.
Is it back? It's coming back or it's back?
Civics is in some schools right now.
It should be mandatory. It shouldn't be in some
PNP
school. It should be mandatory.
PNP cut it out because when the people understand them, stop vote for them. So
and that's why they do it.
I said it every day. I'm wanting to look into it. And there's whole heap of example out there. Once people get educated, they no longer vote PNP.
I say it every day.
And we have,
You know,
go on, Clary.
yeah, man. The irony of the whole matter, you know, when you check the levels, when you hear people talking about if the PNP win election, food prices are gonna be cheaper. No, that is the most ridiculous thing I hear from people. People are just not in.
Oh, it's going to be cheaper if you don't produce more.
You know, it's funny. I was having a conversation with a guy from overseas and he asked me the question and I couldn't answer it. When he asked me, what does Jamaica export? And I tell him, say, listen to me, what we are doing now, we are trying to rebuild our production sector so that investors can come in because that was decimated in the 90s. Right? We used to lead in manufacturing. We used to have a freeze one. We used to have Goodyear plant. We used to have a whole heap of things. Right? But our manufacturing sector was decimated.
You know, it's $7 a pound for a piece of yellow yam in New York.
Exactly.
And they don't realize that if they grow more yam and can export it, how much money they'll make. I go in the store and I see $7 for a pound of yellow yam. I say, man, I think I need to go Jamaica, go do some farming, man, and export things here.
But one of the things we're missing, you know, that there is still the stigma on farming, was the farming that dirty work. Right?
They don't know much. People must eat. So farming, we all must eat.
Right? But so most people, and not even know, but back in the days, you know, remember, you know, if your picnic group and tell you say they want on farming, I beat them for that, you know. If your picnic tell you say they want on tailor just make you beat them for it. The only correct answer to that question, where you want to be when you grow up. I not talk right now, I talk back. You have to tell us you want to be lawyer, doctor.
Doctor, nurse, and all of them something.
And they don't realize that the farmer can make a lot more money than them.
Exactly. Right? So it's about we have to try to change the mindset of the people. Say, listen to me.
No, Andrew is doing it. Andrew planning on bringing greenhouse to Jamaica. And he's going to teach them how to use greenhouse. So the man has a vision.
Look at this now, everybody. Look at this. What Jamaicans understand is that things like probably apart from the market where you go buy Aki and them something there. Aki cheaper abroad. Things over in Jamaica, those are the things we export, and it then comes back to the production of energy. Production cost in Jamaica costs too much. And this is what I've been trying to say. You know, what chops bring up say the energy price while cause all of this. Jamaica have a production problem. These things are cheaper overseas than they are in Jamaica. You understand what I'm saying? So me no know. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a boy.
You know how much good machinists are in Jamaica, but no plants can come to Jamaica and run a manufacturing plant that need machinists because of energy. And there's a whole lot of machinists in Jamaica. Jamaicans coming here as machinists make over $100,000 a year easily.
And
But
there's not in Jamaica, eh?
Elder, let me say this to you, and we all can agree on this, that the strategic plan of the government is to return to manufacturing. That is why Hartus NTA is free. So everybody can go get a skill, because the government is planning to turn around all of that. So it's not just business as usual. This prime minister could have come in and said, "I'm going to try to be popular, I'm going to just promise things, and go." But no,
No, he's
he
doing.
came in and said, "I'm going to deliver." And that is what is happening now. As we say, it's not an overnight fix.
No, but
But
why the PNP then can't see it? I just can't see through that. Why they can't see it? Find every excuses there is under the sun
because
to undermine this man.
the PNP version of help and me and your version of help is different. Me and you would rather a fishing line and a piece of bait. In fact, you never have to give me the bait. We find the bait. Just give me the
We're gonna
fishing line
push
and price
shrimps.
it
We're
to the
gonna push
sea.
shrimps.
The PNP
And
want the fish steam and put in a plate and put spoon in and put on the table. That is the difference. The PNP believe in ready done.
I
Hand
heard
done.
somebody mention greenhouse. The government is giving out greenhouse for free,
see,
and of course, boats and engine and oil for their boats.
but I live in
There's
America and know
also
that, and the PNP them say
construction
they don't know a
scholarship,
bit.
a construction scholarship by NHT. The period is, I think, sometime in November. So if you're into construction, NHT has a construction scholarship offering.
Yeah, but the PNP, when they talk, they say they don't know all those stuff. And I live all the way here and
Because
I
they
know.
have to go searching for the information. Nobody's going to spoon feed them.
No, but I didn't search for it.
Elder.
It's all over. It's all over.
Elder, for months, PNP has been on this app discussing report that come from the Integrity Commission. And every single one of them we ask, have you ever read that report? The answer is no.
No, that's it.
The answer is no. See, PNP don't be PNP. Them get a list of talking points and they will die on that hill. Not one of them will try to widen the horizon and say, "Hold on, let me check if this makes sense."
I hear people who live out the country can tell you what page in that report that things are. And I'm like, how the hell these people can tell you what page to go look for something and you live there in Jamaica and you don't know, but you want to talk on the topic? That's why, when they start to do that, and you see, as soon as they say that they don't know or they can't bring no proof, just cut them off.
That is why I said what I said. The people are disingenuous, man. They don't speak the truth. And I know that for a fact. That is where I come from.
Don't waste time with them.
I hear someone said, once you become educated, you become a JLPL labor, right? Where I live, I can tell you that everybody, my neighbors right to my right, go all the way down was labor right. You know why? Everybody educated, everybody work, all of the kids them interested in education. Cross the way, Virgin is just every man, every little man want to be the next one I carry it. You understand? So
You ever,
I was
you ever
happy
hear
when
the
my
term you
father moved
can't
me out of
fix
there.
stupid? There's a term say you
Again,
can't fix stupid, and that you ever hear the term you can't fix stupid? There's a term say you can't fix stupid, and guess what? It's so true. No matter what you say to them, they're not going to believe it.
that is a fact.
So don't waste time with them. When they come and they can't prove anything I want to talk crap, just cut them off and move on to the next person.
Good morning, folks. Morning. Elder, you say you can't fix stupid to stupid. And I come in there. Philip Chowers asking, is the PM asking the court for freedom to steal? No, that is plain and unadulterated stupid. And you can't fix that.
You see it? The
You
same
can't
thing.
fix that.
And they're so stupid to come up and say that's those stuff.
That's why you gotta ignore stuff like that,
Yeah.
man. I wouldn't even be in the light of day and repeat what he just said, because you see, when you repeat it, they constantly follow stuff up.
And that's
When
what
people
I'm
come in
saying.
with for a genuine debate and lacking in knowledge and really seeking information, they're gonna pause. They're gonna listen to what you say, and if what you say makes sense, they say okay. If they have any doubt, them say, you know what, let me go look into that myself, and I'll come back to you honestly, with what I find. But that's not what's going on. Right? What's going on is they want to come up there, and then you want to get into the argument, and then you want to tell somebody about their mother and their this and their that, which is unnecessary. It's defeating the purpose. If the
They want to
purpose
stop
is,
the agenda that you
there you
guys
go.
are
There you
doing.
go.
And that's the way of stopping it, because guess what? You're there trying to educate more people, and they're saying, you know what, I better go in there, go stop it, because let some of these people just get upset and get off the live. It's there, they want to stop you guys' agenda. You have to wake up and say, you know what, when they come with the crap, just throw them out. Move on.
Everyone, morning.
Morning.
Morning, Trav.
The light cut off? Everybody there?
I'm here, but a lot of people went mute. A lot of people
No,
went
I think
mute.
Trevi was trying to say something, but he
Oh,
went on a call.
Yeah, but a lot of people
By the
mic is
way, the
muted.
Ministry of Agriculture, Fly Green also announced this, that they have bauxite land at a reduced cost to those who are interested in farming.
also said they're releasing some land to farm as well. Is that true, Philippines? So they're going to lease some lands to farmers.
Yeah, they provide lands to farmers and also provide the seeds and the fertilizer and all of that. The government is doing a lot where
Right.
farming is concerned. Morning, everybody. I don't know if I
Hey,
went through the
guys,
first time. Morning again.
morning.
Morning, sir,
You,
morning.
you, you, you know you can grow potatoes in those 5 gallons paint bucket, and carrots and tomatoes. You don't have to live in the country to grow your food. But the people that need to be taught how to do these things.
But sure,
Very good point, Elder. But you see, the problem with those things is that the people are unwilling to do this. They would rather sit and complain. A large majority of the population will sit and complain. Healthier options for them to consume.
internet. I never hear you say that again.
He mentioned the 5 gallon bucket and planting potatoes and other crops, carrots, whatever. And I'm saying the problem with that is that a lot of people will just sit and complain and won't do it, because this has been a thing around for many years and people still aren't doing it, even though it is a better option. It's cheaper and it's much healthier because it is not under mass production where it fertilizer and all sorts of insecticides are being sprayed and they produce.
Go Riverton City, go get topsoil. There's very rich topsoil there that's been sitting there for years.
Any conversation, because I want, when I start listening, the conversation was so good. Like, you guys were talking about, initiatives, plans of the government, stuff like that. And the conversation derailed a little bit to talk about the And I was just I was just coming on to say, yo, leave that alone and focus on, the issues that Jamaica face, what is being done, what we think can be done or should be done where this is concerned, and not like the last speaker said, speak about these people. We know come on to start the conversation.
Yeah,
right?
but you still have to educate them.
Understood. And the original conversation, right, where you guys were talking about production and energy cost, and the height of energy cost is an issue and a deterrent for investors to come in and produce in Jamaica. That is very true. But I also, we have to look at the problem we have with JPS, where JPS is concerned. JPS is having us in a chokehold, because the truth of the matter is Jamaica has natural energy sources in abundance. One major one is we have sun for like 90% of the year. 90% of the year, and the sun produces natural energy. Free of cost, cheap, cost us nothing. We just need to get the equipment, invest in the equipment and produce the energy and pass it on to the people. And if we can't do it like generally as a government entity or institution doing it, or taking back JPS, or have JPS to switch to cheaper energy sources, because one of the reasons why, or the main reason why JPS costs prices are so high is their energy bill. The cost to produce their energy rather is so high.
I have solar on my house, and my light bill only come during the peak of the winter or summer. I only pay only $30 a month towards LIPA just for their service that I'm on the grid. $30.
See, that's the thing.
My neighbors and friends, them spending over $200-$300 a month.
Yep.
Can I ask a question, please? I genuinely don't know the answer to this question. Maybe you can help me. Can't Jamaica open up, diversify, the energy market, open it up to like other competitors? Why it have to be one single entity, JPS?
No, he's working on it. That's why he wants to bring nuclear energy in, and he signed an agreement with some Canadian company
to
look into it. So he's working at it. How quick it's going to happen, we can't say, but I know he signed the agreement with him.
Okay, so we need to have multiple sources before we can have other suppliers.
Right.
Okay.
That's just one avenue. One avenue. There are other avenues, like I said, harnessing the energy of the sun for electricity production is one thing, and we're not short on that. All right.
And
we started wind farm. We see where wind farm is a thing. You know what I mean? These are other things that we need to expand on. And I believe one key thing that Jamaica has to come to, and I don't know if this government is able to achieve that, is reform of the contract that JPS has. JPS contract needs to be revised and changed. Basically, bottom line, it has to change. The chokehold that JPS has us in has to be relieved off the back of the Jamaican people and the Jamaican economy.
All right, look what JPS was doing. JPS was trying the government to put tariff on solar panels going into the country. Holness realized that, look here, we have to drop these tariffs to allow the people them to buy more solar panels, because the government can't afford to be subsidizing the energy costs no more. So the subsidy has dropped. More people can now buy solar panels and bring into the country, and they are charged less. So the government is seeing these things and making the adjustments.
The contract that JPS has with the government comes to an end 2026, and I think that's what Tariff is itching to have changed because of the terms that was agreed on in the contract by the People's National Party when they were in office. It comes to an end 2026 or 2027 thereabout, I think. And at that point they can renegotiate the contract. The contract that JPS has with the government also gives them exclusive right to distribute energy, to produce and distribute energy in Jamaica. So that nothing can be done right now until that contract is renegotiated.
Right, because a contract is a contract. You have to live up to it.
Why was that contract signed in the first place? I don't understand that.
That's Philip Paulwell.
No, when you're desperate, you have no choice sometimes. Desperation, that's how it works.
Mm. Why? Ask Philip Parler
No.
that.
Hold on. I wouldn't say it was a matter of desperation and we were desperate and all of that. We have to acknowledge the fact, the truth of the matter is, these people have hand in a JPS. Why do we have a 1% share of JPS that we can't influence? Why?
Hey, wait a second. So ask that question again. You cut out.
Why do we have a 1% share in JPS that we can't know who owns it? Why? Why is that? We have to ask
In the
these
next
questions.
negotiation,
We need to look into these things, right? Remember, Mr. Patterson, who's a past
so in the
president
next
of Parliament
negotiation, with all that
and their
stuff be
elders.
negotiated.
I would hope so. But the point I want to point out something else. Remember, Mr. Patterson, being a past president of Parliament's party, their elder statesman, somebody who we have to ask if they respect. And we have to ask if they will do favors. The company that owns a large majority of JPS share right now, the controlling interest, he is a board member of that company. We have to put everything in the melting pot when we are trying to figure out this recipe here in going forward. We have to consider every option. Because guess what? We now just assume, yo, these people's hands are free. We've seen too much to make that assumption. Until we can prove that it's not that it's a question that we will always have to ask. And if you look into it with your bare eyes, conflict of interest, it just screams at you. It screams at you. Right? That contract is totally in favor of JPS and its owners. There's nothing in it for the Jamaican people. There's no benefit. Nothing in the
Well, I
Jamaican people.
think that needs to be highlighted up for the next upcoming election is that people need to know that this is also on the table as well. That in 2026, right, your power company contract is under negotiation, right? And you need to pay attention to that because the wrong people in office is gonna re-sign that same contract. That's gonna put you right back where you was in the first place.
Right. They need to let the people them know what their plans are.
Thank you very much. I 100% share that viewpoint. We have to know who our negotiator is going to be because the cost of energy affects everything in the Jamaica, and people need to know this.
Even look at the buses that he's bringing in. You see, they were stealing all the oil and gas. So he said, you know what? I'm going to bring in buses that you can't steal now because guess what? If you go try to steal this LNG, then guess what? You're putting your life at danger. So that was a very smart move too.
That's in a hell though. Him also make it cashless too. So if you want cheaper fare,
right.
Cashless. Go cashless. It's really good.
The whole world will be cashless soon.
The driver can squeeze some in his pocket and say this is what him collect, you know?
Of course, because I take the bus when I come out there, and when they have the cashless and somewhere the drivers take the money. I see the drivers them take a lot of money and holding it in their hands, and I'm like, wait a minute. In New York, the driver watch you put the money in the thing, but how come in Jamaica you don't put the money in? You hand it to the driver and he hold it in his hand. So who see what he put in his pocket?
They can't.
It was those careless operations that put us in the position we're in. It's those careless mode of operations, right? No accountability. That's one of Jamaica's huge, and in my opinion, Jamaica's biggest problem, accountability. You understand me? Even the people, the very citizens need to hold their parliamentarians up to account. How can you have a representative serving for 3-4 consecutive terms with no legacy? He has not impacted the life of his constituents in no way, shape, or form.
Because they vote for party and not for country.
That is true, and I've always said that. It's one of our biggest problems.
You hear this all the time. Oh, Me a labor right, and me I will always be labor right. Me a PNP, me will always be PNP.
Change.
Don't,
PNP
right.
and change.
Does that, that's why I said
why
you
there's
can't change, stupid.
No, but here's the thing though. Here's the thing. You know, you find that it's mostly PNP because my mother was a PNP, my father was a PNP, my grandparents was a PNP, so me have to be PNP. And because Manley did this, Manley did that, that's why I have to be PNP. You'll find that most GOP say, grow up, make your own decision. You be what you want to be. You choose, you know, whichever party you want to choose. And this is why we have the problem we have mostly now in Jamaica. Because the PNP make sure so them pick me a PNP. You understand? And check it out.
They pass everything down from generations, and it's not
Have a look.
changing.
So I'm living upon this Alania because Manley gave me, and Manley gave me this, and Manley gave me this house, and Manley.
And that's why you shouldn't waste your time with them. That's why you shouldn't waste your time with them, because here's the point, right? If you can look at your grandmother, your mother, right, and even your great grandmother in some stages, then you can see that all of them been PNP all this time coming up, and you've been living in destitution, right? Your life has not changed, right? And you're gonna continue that. So you have no love for yourself. You have no love for your children and anybody coming after you.
Number one, guys,
that's the point
which country give people pension that never pay anything into it? I've never heard anything like this before. And this man can find the money to give pension to people who never put a dime in the national insurance system. And they don't even see through that.
That needs to be. These are the things that needs to be amplified throughout the society and, you know, show to people who is really looking out for their best interests. But when you check out who controls the information that circles the nation, they are also complicit. Because I've been watching the news for a bit of time now, and I realize that it's nothing but bad news, especially in the last few weeks where, you know, they don't have any big scandals to run on. The news entities, like Mr. Warmington has been calling it. I've been calling them out before, Mr. Warmington. There are so many positive things going on in Jamaica, and it's not being amplified. It's absolutely crazy. Every time you turn on
the news media are covering it up. The news media don't want the people them to know, so they cover it up.
That's why I say to us, when the negotiation and for JPS, it's the same. We have to look at who controls the media and how it serves their interests if they get somebody else who they're in bed with in government. We have to look into these things, you know. We have to look into the relationships behind these different heads of these entities and see how they cross paths. And then you will know why they're operating in the way they're operating. Because
right, and that's why platform like these.
Let's be frank. Our group is losing billions of dollars.
Right.
But if you check it out, they're banking on their friend, entrepreneurs' friends, if I may quote their words, to get in power. That's how their return will come.
Right, and that's why platform like these have to spend the time to put it out there, and when they come with their rhetoric, you just shut them off, because they'll stop you by just taking an argument and stretch it out for 1 hour. They host them on these platforms, you know, especially with Chopper. Chopper have some very good platform, but he has to learn when they come with their crop to get rid of them. You know, people like Petal and Filipina, they do a very good job. They always come with their facts.
I've listened to to some of those bloggers, man, on YouTube, where I had to, because sometimes, you know, they try to sound like they're balanced, but then when you listen to the hidden conversation that they're having in the information they're giving you, you know, any person with cognitive thinking can say, you know what, these people are disingenuous, right? I hear one lady praise Andrew, and then under praising him, she wants to try to bring Portia in as well. When you have the ones who have a little education in their parties doing stuff like that, you know you're really up against some forces, right? Because the people already not listening, but the ones that they're listening to, that they give some type of some type of whatever to. They're listening to them, giving them that false information, right? So you're up against that as well, because they're saying, oh, well, if you're an intellect, well, this person over here is a so-and-so intellect as well. And look, they say a little something about Andrew that is true. And you understand what I'm saying? So it's like they're giving their conversation relevance, right? Because this person is saying, well, Andrew did something, but at the same time, I'm really trying to discredit him by bringing in the past.
Because they use that to reel you in. So you have to listen to them. That draw your attention. They're smart.
But see, that's why I'm no longer a subscriber, because guess what? I'm able to decipher, right, between real information and garbage. You can't give me propaganda, right? Yeah. And it's the same thing with the media organizations out there. You cannot just continue to allow these people to feed the populist propaganda information, because it's going to sink in.
Good day, folks. Yep. So the problem I have with it's not really a problem, but this is one reality. The clicks, the money is the bottom line. Views, clicks, and comments get you money. That's what they're in it for, and they will purposely post misinformation, controversy, and even hate regarding a certain entity if it generates views for them. Good day, folks. A conversation on their platform. Yes, sir. Chops.
Yeah, but you touch on something there where a lot of people don't realize this. These people who come out with propaganda story, they know the truth, but because they don't want to heal to the truth, they come out with propaganda. Yeah, everybody see what the prime minister.
That's why the propaganda take hold.
It's not necessary not wanting to heal to the truth. Like I said,
they know the truth, so they're able to manipulate the truth.
They're in it for
right to fit their narrative. So that's what makes them even more dangerous.
Yes.
No, it's not narrative, it's their rhetoric. Narratives are something that's truthful.
True. That is true.
That's true.
So be careful how we use these two words. Narratives is something that's truthful.
But let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. These people know that their government wrecked the country, but they fail to acknowledge that they don't want the person to know that fact, to say that is true. So what they do, they come up with all type of stuff now to come and say, oh, this government this and this government that, because everybody know that they're corporate people who the government used to feed, and they want to go back to that way of life. But this government not into that, because this government is walking the straight and narrow way. They don't want that, because everybody knows the PNP government is all about your backdoor deal and who to get this and who to get that. Just like how Omar Davis make Branson walk in him and them say, oh, me will give you scanning machine for your airport. When you check it out, that two white man in Sen come to Jamaica come look in your bag. Yeah? So these are propaganda people. Yeah? You say your Jamaica feel a little bit of nothing, and then that boy say you get state of the art scanning machine that you can get at the airport. Yeah? But at the same time, Branson trick you and send two white men on the search your bag with your company plane. How you work that out? Because PNP government don't have no form of leadership leadership skill. All that is there for what they can get, how they can get it, and when they can get it.
And number one, you guys ever hear Mark Golan speak? Who do you want that man to represent you in the world?
Brother, the man can't even speak for himself, brother. The man can't even a road a patwa. And the man they want to come run the country who don't understand the whole of the country.
The man can't even make a proper sentence. So how the hell you want him to represent you on the world market?
You ever see Mark Golan in a Jamaican shirt yet? You ever see Mark Golan represent Jamaica in any way with parties is traditional to Jamaica yet?
Kevin,
people must learn.
Okay, hold on. You know what they speak and those people so much, so we have many issues and things that we need to touch on that we want to see fixed in Jamaica. And that's not me. We don't have to inadvertently promote a certain person by repeating his name over and over and over and talking about it.
Big man, I want to come back to a Jamaica. We part me know say boy me can live the rest of my life into. We part everything is peaceful and nice. Everything is up to date with it. Yeah. I don't want to go back to Jamaica. We part are living in the past. We part are over crime and violence it is. Yeah. This is what I want for my country. For my youth to come back and live and nice.
I'm retiring in 15 days, and I wish I could get up and say, you know what, I'm going back home now. But I can't under the condition, the present condition.
Look how much good the government do for the country at the moment. What me never seen in my life. Me, a 26-year-old me left Jamaica. And me never see them type of liberty at Jamaica yet in my life. You know, say boy, me feel comfortable of going back there under this government. Because me trust this government to do what me want to do done. Me can't trust the next government to do what me want to do because everybody are come as a thief. Them a bandit. You understand? They only come for line in pocket. This Prime Minister don't come for line in no pocket. This Prime Minister is working. And that's what I like.
But look,
good morning.
They say the government not doing good, but how can the Kentucky line be so long? So where that money coming from? So Kentucky lines them can be so long.
Christmas Day when time people suppose they eat chicken and rice and peas and whatever. Me see Kentucky line long. That are people that beg man to buy food for them in a case you wait long in a Christmas.
So where that money coming from? If the government not doing good, where the money coming from?
Island Grill is the same thing. And my only part I talk about the Island Grill food wicked. Yeah?
What my input this morning. I just want to say good morning first to everyone who is online. Anyhow, my input this morning, you see, I would like us to have a discussion around how we as a Jamaican people can create new industry in Jamaica where we can export whatever we produce so we can earn more foreign exchange and put more of our people.
We did address that. We talk about energy.
Yes.
We did address that.
On the line of energy, I see the other day when the Prime Minister was having discussion. I'm not sure if the contract was signed with the nuclear energy from out of Canada.
It did sign it.
And instead of the government to get the thumbs up, I hear journalists was trying like they want to ridicule the ideas. And what these journalists should have been doing is to go on the internet and research and to find out how advanced nuclear technology is today compared to 30, 40 years ago. And to find out how feasible it could be to our society.
I even mentioned that a nuclear submarine can come in Kingston Harbor and feed Jamaica with more than enough electricity than they need.
Right.
That's how advanced the system is today. But they try to knock it down and put fear in the people.
Big man, but when to export are importing, yeah? There's a problem with the exporting market from Jamaica. And it's not caused by Jamaicans. It don't caused by the government of Jamaica. It's caused by the way the product is going. Because a lot of these countries don't like Jamaican product come here. So what they do, they put high tariff on it. And I can tell you this country is one of them. It's Britain. Britain don't like to see Jamaicans survive. And I can tell you that. So anything that come from Jamaica is a arm and a leg. People struggle to import stuff in our country. And the tax that they pay for their stuff is enormous. So that is the
Yeah, you know
problem.
why is that? You know why is that? They don't want Jamaica to sever ties with them.
Okay. Remember
You know, that's the
remember back
reason
in the
why.
days with the banana? Remember back in the days with banana? What was their excuse? They
Yeah.
say the Gross Mitchell banana is too long for them shelf. So they can't package it. Yeah, okay?
You,
So
you
that is
know,
the excuse they come with.
Kevin,
Yeah.
I have this discussion dearly in my circle. I am a construction worker. I'm a builder by profession. And many
Yeah.
a days at lunchtime, I sit down with my workmen and I try to point out these issues to them. Say to them that one of the main reasons why our government can't even invest more in agriculture is because of certain under-table agreement that
Yes.
our government, any one of the party them in a power, have to agree to with the European Union and North America.
Yes,
We
boss.
have to be the consumption market for their produce.
All right. Let me show you some
You're breaking up.
Breaking up.
these people, no, these people,
Repeat yourself, because you were chip out for a while.
Jamaica.
No,
Right
swipe
now, the
out
people
and
don't
come back
realize
in.
it.
Swipe out and come back in, you chip out.
Because that's what the UK government is charging you. But if you leave from here to Australia, yeah, what is 24 hours away, you can get a ticket as low as £600. But to come to Jamaica, one ticket is £1,500, brother.
Wow.
What is 9 hours
Because
away? So
because
a
they
lot of
don't
people
want to
don't
give
realize
Jamaica
that
full independence.
they don't. All right, you see what I'm trying to show you. So the
It's
problem is
simple as
not
that.
only in Jamaica alone, it's outside of Jamaica by these people who's trying to go along the country because they can't believe that Jamaica is advancing like that.
Yeah.
Let me tell you
And
something.
I'm glad to
You see,
know, Kevin, that other Jamaicans, even though you maybe live overseas, are aware of this issue. But sometimes because of certain agreements, our
yes,
leaders cannot really come out and tell the population these issues. But
because
you have
they're
to use your
unkind.
own intelligence and read between the lines.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
here's the thing, and I realize that, and this is why we need to reinforce platforms like this. And my thing, you see, if you have one person on this platform that you can elevate to a point where you reach a broad member of the Jamaican populace, because guess what, man, they're not getting the information, right? And
Not at
back to the
all.
word here.
Our journalists are doing a
No,
poor job, sir.
But no,
no,
but
we
you see
have a
that word,
couple. We have
that you use,
Chopper. We have Petal. We
where you
have
say
Filipino.
journalists, a
Yes, sir.
journalist investigate. They're
Look
not
here.
journalists. They're
These
reporters.
journalists are
They're
not
reporters.
journalists. These journalists
No,
depend on
they're
social
not.
media to
Listen,
get
they're
their
not
source.
journalists. Don't
Yeah.
don't don't associate the word journalist with them. A journalist is
They're
gonna
not.
do due diligence. They're gonna
And dig
investigate.
deep.
They're
Yeah.
gonna go search.
Yeah.
Right.
These
What you
people
have
are.
there is a bunch of reporters.
Yeah.
Right. In
Yes,
other
sir.
words, people give them the information, whatever information, and they report it to the populace. They
I
don't
call
go
them social media
journalize. They don't go
influencer.
investigate. They don't go. You understand? They don't
You
do
know,
that. Right. So they're reporters.
Mr. Blake. Mr. Blake. Many a times, I said to my friends when we're having discussion that even our university is a failure to the society somehow. Maybe they do well teaching our student and giving them a degree to pass a degree course. But in terms of passing on information and to do research to propel the Jamaica economy, the university is failing in that department. Because out of the University of Technology now, you should have some professor from up there who study nuclear science should be doing research and writing paper to present to the government so we can switch from off of fossil fluid and natural gas energy where we can become energy independent. Because any economy to have 5 and 6% economic growth have to have energy independent and also have to have cheap energy. And nuclear energy is one of the cheapest sources right now in the world.
They have the knowledge up there at UWI for
I
years.
agree
They
with
have
that.
it for years. That knowledge is there.
They need to implement a lot more, in my opinion,
A
those
lot of
solar,
these.
like the gentleman said earlier. We have so much sun on that island, right? And you have mechanism that can help you to generate power, right? Independently as a person. You see what I'm saying?
The
So
government is doing it. They dropped the tariff on the solar panels going into the country because JPS and the government had this high tariff because they wanted to make money. And the government finally said, wait a minute, we have to drop the tariff so these people can buy these solar panels. So now a lot more people is putting up solar panels that they can afford it.
You know why? You know why I trust this government to do what they're doing? Because listen, if remember, you know, Andrew Old is one of the Caribbean, what I call it now, environmentalist champion, yeah.
Climate change.
And that's the reason why they will take him and carry him call the G7. Yeah? Because if he never good enough what he was saying, they wouldn't carry God G7. Okay?
Yeah.
So people must realize
One of the leading
what this man is doing.
advocates
This
for
man is
climate
doing is
change.
what a lot of government is not doing in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
So people must have trust in the man and give him the praises what he need to get. You can't have a lot of hate that come in and talk and start a foolishness and talk about this. Let me tell you something. Jamaica
Kevin.
cannot grow. Jamaica cannot grow unless you have infrastructure. If you don't have infrastructure, you cannot grow.
Yes.
Well, people have to be patient
Yeah.
in order to get what they get. When the infrastructure finish, no, you can't argue with the government and say, what is there for me? But at this moment, there is nothing for you at the moment because Jamaica is developing.
It's building, they're building.
It's building. Yeah,
You have to build out the infrastructure first.
Yeah,
and
you
while
can't
you're
go
building
in a
out,
house.
while you're building out the infrastructure, you have to put the people into skill training, and that's what the government is also implementing.
Okay. So you can't build a house. You say you can't build a house and put up the structure and don't put up my roof and go live in it.
Right.
You have to make sure that the roof is there, the toilet is there, and bed is there, everything is there. So have a little patience, wait until the country build, and then you can do whatever. But at the moment, Jamaica is in a building state.
Kevin,
they want him to snap his finger, and that's the problem. Everything he must snap his finger.
You realize that last month, about 2 months ago, there was a viral propaganda on the internet concerning Jamaica discovering oil, and the PNP running at it and cussing the Prime Minister dog friend.
So he hiding it.
Right, that he's hiding it and them a teeth the Highland walk and something. Jamaican mentality is that, you see, they just believe it will snap a finger and riches come by. They don't realize that every country that is rich today is some hard work, tough decision, and proper implementation.
Singapore
Right? Have no such resources. Singapore have to depend on the sea if they get even them drinking water. Or them potable water. They have to desalinate the seawater.
And do they sustain themselves?
And Singapore is a sustainable economy and country.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
So why people in Jamaica can't wait? We are like crab in a barrel, brother. We have to wait.
You not only wait, sir. Many of us do not want to work and contribute to the development of Jamaica. Many of us wanted to depend on the public purse to take care of us.
Yeah, they want handouts.
You understand, sir? If the government come up with a plan now and say, all right then, let us do farming because there's a market out there for our produce. Many of them are going to say they're not doing farming.
Well, I was telling them,
look what is happening right now in Burkina Faso, in Africa.
For yellow yam here, and if they can produce more, it would be cheaper here, and they'll be making more money because they can sell more, but they don't see that.
You know, I was listening to the conversation about the yam with the $7 a pound in the state, or wherever you may be.
Yeah, in New York.
I was doing a calculation and say, if you have 5 acres of land, and say you're gonna put in yellow yam, that 5 acres of land can hold in about 13,000 bank of yam. And I was doing the calculation, say at 10 pounds per root, right? Time the US dollar, you're talking about over $100 million within a year. I thought that was one farmer. You know what job that one farmer could have create and the type of wealth he could have create for himself?
Big man.
And look at it. Look at it. If you send a kid go into agriculture, go study agriculture, and he get a bachelor's degree, and he's on that farm, you know how much more youth he can influence.
Yeah.
To turn around and know that, look here, we have to produce. So you can become a supervisor in the field instead of just being a worker. You can be a supervisor because of your education. And then the teaching is passed down, and then you'll have more younger kids say, wait a minute, I can go into agriculture and I really don't have to go dig the ground. Because I can go there and use my knowledge and be a supervisor or something.
Do you know there's a technology in Jamaica right now? Because I used to go to agriculture school in St. Elizabeth, Elim Agriculture School. Did you know there's a technology in Jamaica now where you can, in your back garden, you can get at least a ton of yam out of your back garden without you have to till the soil?
I mentioned about planting stuff in buckets, 5 gallon paint bucket.
Yeah. Right now, them have so many technology right now. You can get yam without have to have the yam in the ground.
You know, I plant callaloo in my backyard here in New York, summer, and I have callaloo to last me for 6 months until spring come back around. I can start my garden again.
Yeah,
callaloo.
So
and I don't have to go to the store go buy imported callaloo because I have enough in my deep freeze that I cut out of my garden.
Jamaican people must realize, say, you know what? Things don't just come overnight, so you have to work towards it. Look here.
You know, Kevin, another thing we must look at seriously as a people. We must look at the rise and the development of China. China have a population of 1.4 million people. And they have the largest They have the largest middle class right now in the world.
They have the most billionaire in the world too.
So right now China is have a market that have a great consumption capacity. Right? Yeah. We must try our best and see how we can be able to tap into this market.
Tap into that market, of course.
Right? China is a country that consumes a lot of seafood. And I saw last week on TikTok here where fisher folks are crying out that they have so much lobster and can't get any market
feed. Can't get no market feed.
Right? So we need to farm these corporations and see how best with the Minister of Agriculture can go to China and see how best we can tap in at the
I've seen, listen man, there's a lot can be done for Jamaica, but people have to realize and come together with the government, work with the government and sort out things. Stop being politicized. Everybody are politicized this part I talk about this government now that. You have to do something for the government for the government in order for the government to do something for you.
You have to kill the propaganda machine, man. If you don't kill the propaganda machine, it will never stop.
Yeah?
Yeah, sorry about that. I have to mute the mic because a call was coming in. Anyhow.
So what you can do for the country? That is the question now. You are expecting the country to do something for you, but what you can do for the country.
Yeah.
So you have to work with the country in order for something to do for you. Yeah, you can't stop me and talk about the government now this and government now that. Yeah?
You know another thing I would like to suggest to Kevin.
Yeah.
I am here in Portland and I live on the sea coast in Portland.
Yeah.
And from where Portland started at the border between St. Mary and Portland, we are living on the coast here in a long stretch of wetland. Right? That my father usually tell me that they usually plant rice there in the 70s. Right? And when I was a boy growing up, after I start plant rice, I start to plant a lot of dasheen, wetland dasheen. All one dasheen taller than me then time as a boy. Anyhow, I'm thinking about if government could come up with a plans and see how we could excavate ponds in these wetlands and see how best we can raise freshwater fish, freshwater shrimps You know the market that is there for freshwater shrimps in China? Because I follow these things on YouTube. Huge market for freshwater shrimps in China.
What
right?
Jamaica must realize, the people who are come live at Jamaica now is not only Jamaicans. Yeah? And every different culture will come at Jamaica. So you say if you don't have the resources put up, the people are not gonna stay there in order for you to grow. Because people, let me tell you something, you hear people are fight immigrants. But one thing I can tell people say is immigration make a country grow, you know.
Yeah. And America know that. So I hear them when they come nice. America know that.
Because you bring in all different type of skills.
Yes.
And immigrant also raise consumption level in your country.
All right.
And consumption let the economy grow.
All right. So when you hear people talk this and talk about immigration, too much people come and live or whatever, you don't watch that. The Chinese, a lot of people don't realize that you see Jamaican government, and me can't tell you. I mean, no one nobody come ask me nothing. Brother, you see, as much as you see Chinese government, the people in Jamaica do them things, the government is regulating them now. They never used to be regulated first, but the government is regulating them now.
But Kevin, whenever time you have a dying economy or a dying country, government have to put in incentive to attract investors, right? So investors can come in, exploit whatsoever incentive government put to them, offer them, and so they can put your people to work. When your country now started to have traction, so to speak, economic stability, then government can start tighten up some of those loopholes. That's how it goes in everywhere in the world. China was a country that was very poor. And when the manufacturing industry was moving from out of America and out of Europe, going towards China, China offered up incentive, and one of the incentive was cheap labor. Right? Cheap labor with a professional workforce. Right? And China exploit that to the best of their ability, and look where they are now.
Look here. Me the man, me got war now. I was a serving soldier now. And let me tell you something. You see, Iraq war, American don't gain one. I would say the only thing they gain are the big investor and get like the arms deal of them, yeah? But let me tell you something. When you look at the oil field in Iraq right now, who you think won them? Chinese. And them coming can take over. Yeah?
Yeah.
So you want to tell me no? America never have the brain for know say boy all them resources that was there. You walk in and take that. No, why they do they mash up the people in country and Chinese now that have to come here and develop it. Me not a problem with Chinese. All you have to do as a government is regulate them. That's what me say.
But Kevin, I remember when Porsche become prime minister, I think it was 2011. No, before that. When PJ stepped down and she got it first, she was the one who went to China and a bilateral agreement with China. So the Chinese investors could come here. And when the Chinese investors then started to rolling in, her very same security minister, Peter Bunting, who also accompanied her on that trip, started to criticize the Chinese. So that even the Chinese ambassador have to get involved and say, but remember, it is your government who came to us and asked us for assistance, asked us that we can send investors come here. And whatsoever on the table agreement that was worked out, your government assigned to it. Right? And from that day until now, the Jamaican people have this bad perception about the Chinese.
But the Chinese come in and help them. Because
so it is coming from out of the belly of the PNP, sir.
Yeah. But right now, look at the food market in Jamaica now. You think about it, you go in a supermarket in Jamaica. You come out with 2 little items in your hand and $20,000. But you go the Chinese wholesale, you come out with a box.
You know, I can say this thing to you, say, Kevin. I am 50 years old, so I'm here for a good while.
Well, I'm the same age as you, mate.
Right? And I'm from Portland, rural Jamaica. Right? Only the difference is that I live on the sea coast. Anyhow, I can tell anybody right now that 30 years ago, Jamaica was far self-sufficient more than right now today. Maybe we will have a stronger economy and maybe our poverty number is down, but we are not self-sufficient anymore. I remember just about any yard you walk into Portland, they have banana, they have cocoa, they have plantain, they have chicken coop, they have pig raised if I even a rope. These things are non-existent today, sir.
Because people them that lazy and don't
them have
want
25, 30 coconut tree on them back part of the yard and they can sell dry coconut and sell a jelly coconut. That is not existent anymore.
Look here. One thing what drive me up the tree, you know, when time I used to go to school, you know. I remember when Jamaica government make farmers have to dump how much ton of milk in a
milk. I remember those days, sir. I remember those days.
Yeah?
Turn up milk and run on the road.
Okay.
I remember those days quite vividly.
And people go look for me and tell me, say, boy, government this and government that. Brother, let me tell you something. Right now, Jamaica live them best.
So, as I said, we need, and that's why, you know, that's why I talk all the while that whenever time it is coming on to a general election, it mustn't only leave to the will and the fancy of a general secretary or the chairman or the president of a political party to choose a candidate and instill on a constituency. You must give the people them the choice to choose. And by so choosing, the people must be knowledgeable enough to know what is it that they want or what is it that this person can offer to them. You understand? But most of the people them only see a member of parliament to help them with them pay the school fee or to give them 2 sheets of zinc and give them 2 sheets of ply, and basically that's it.
It's like they're calling for vice cartel to run in election.
Yes.
What vice cartel know about politics to go run? You know, does that make any sense?
That's why I'm saying to you. And in today 21st century Jamaica, you couldn't even think that somebody would even have such thought. You understand what I'm saying?
When I hear those things, I have to shake my head, man. I'm like, I can't believe I live in a world.
Many a time I feel so frustrated with my very own country to the level of thinking from our people. And let me can say this thing to you, sir. You know that in Jamaica, most of the educated people are cartel fans.
Yeah.
More than the little grassroots manager out of primary school.
I hear them.
Morning, everybody. Morning.
I have to shake my head because I just can't believe what I'm seeing. I hear
Richard.
Yes. I was listening to you guys talking about China, but the thing that you guys are overlooking, India population is bigger than China. India is one of the powerhouse now, and they're loaning money to a lot of countries around the world. So we have to look at them and tap into that market too.
No, we did talk about that because the Prime Minister just came back from there.
From India, I have a lot of bilateral agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
and one of the propaganda that the PNP now is running on social media is that the Prime Minister go look I'll something that rub up from India.
Right, which is so stupid.
That is so stupid. You understand? They do not listen to the press conference release when the Prime Minister came back and to listen to the agreement that the government have with India and whatsoever they sign on.
I listened to it in Parliament with him, yeah.
All right. Remember when he was in the market where the people them is using their card digitally to trade with each other in the market? And they were like, look what he want to bring to Jamaica. Look what he want to bring to Jamaica. And all he was trying to prove is that these people are selling in the market and they could trade digitally. If they can do it, why can't we do it? People can learn how to do things.
Guys, I'm going to tell you about a country in Africa which most of you may never heard of. It's called Mauritius. they were a sugar plantation country just like we, and they moved themselves from that, and then now they're one of the most stable country in Africa, wealthy also, and they mostly do they're mostly involved in the service industry. So when we look at even South Korea with the Korean War that devastated them, and Jamaica at that time we were number one in the Caribbean when it come on to wealth. We were way ahead of a lot of the Latin American countries, and because the vision of Michael Manley destroyed these things.
You know,
So
another thing that we cannot overlook or underestimate is the devastation of the 90s with the financial sector. That kind of kill off a lot of the entrepreneur spirit in Jamaica. If we were able to maintain all of those company that went under, today Jamaica would be a trailblazer in the world market. Maybe would I be at the level where South Korea is today.
Well, big man, I will always say this, and this is my talk, and I carry that to my grave. When Michael Manley go wrong, or when he tax the shipping company them who used to ship out product out of Jamaica by the week, yeah. Sealand Company, one of the largest shipping company in the world.
Yeah.
When you go implement tax pan him and tell him say, boy, take it or leave it.
You run them away.
You run them away.
Yeah.
Yeah? When Sealand used to carry all like free zone stuff, them go all over the world. The Jamaican spice all over the world. You know what I mean? Things that what Jamaican make all over the world. Yeah? And you come in your full self and talk about say, listen, you know what, I have to raise the tax for you because you have no leadership skill, you don't have no management skill, and you're going to say, oh, let's put up tax for you.
But Kevin, do you realize that these are the very same thing right now that Mark Golding is advocating?
Yes, because
it is the same Michael Mann, the ideology that Mark Golding want to come back here with, you know, sir.
Definitely.
Mark Golding is not speaking of nothing new, no new ideas. I think about any new industries, you know. All Mark Golding is talking about is Michael Mann, the ideology.
Yes. Robbing the poor to feed the rich.
And even young men and young women today who don't know nothing about Michael Mann, they don't know what he look like. I talk about it.
Lord have mercy.
If we were as conscious thinking people, sir, the devastation of his 70s with Michael, there's no way he should have come back to power 89.
Well, I know. You know, look here. What I think what the biggest mistake I make. See, I got implement UDC in order to build Jamaica infrastructure. Yeah? UDC, Urban Development Corporation. People remember that. Listen, that was made. UDC was implemented to build Jamaica.
Then a UDC build New Kingston, sir?
Yeah.
And downtown.
PNP come and scrap UDC. That was the biggest mistake you ever make in your life. Yeah? Right now, Jamaica could have been the pearl of the Caribbean right now. If then the people will make all these people, what Michael Siaga plan go through.
Kevin, in the 80s, when New Kingston are built, my father was a mason by profession. And I remember as a little boy, we only see our father 2 times every 2 weeks. Saturday morning, Sunday, and by early 4 o'clock Monday morning in Ghana again. Right? Then time that there is no skilled person or person who want to work left back at Portland and St. Mary. Everybody and St. Thomas, everybody there at Kingston at work. You understand, sir? So,
right. May I tell you something,
do you know the dollar start in 1972? It was $77, $1 US dollar to Jamaican dollar was $1 to 77 cents, you know. And from 72
boss, remember saying no? When Edward Siaga hand over the government to Michael Manley, it was 550 to 1, you know.
Yeah.
And by 1991 it gone to 24 to 1.
Yeah, but and in those days we did have a controlled foreign exchange market.
In 1991, it was $1.81 to $1.
Right? We have a controlled foreign exchange market. And then Michael Manley decided that he was going to liberalize the foreign exchange market. Edward Siaga beckoned to him and begged him and told him, say, listen, if you're even going to go down this line, you have to do it in a timely manner. You can't just go one go, because it's going to have a great effect on the country. Right? He did not listen, because Michael Mann did not take no talk from nobody. And him let go the foreign exchange control. And then they start to have a run on the dollar. And every man on the corner start to trade in a US dollar. You remember those days, sir? In the early 90s?
Right.
Fly the gate.
I remember in Port Antonio market. Port Antonio market operate like how the arcade them in Kingston operate. Right? And all of those Stigler in the Port Antonio market, they're interested in selling pants length and shoes and pants anymore. Everybody's about buying dollar, how much dollar they can get for the day for buy. So everybody becomes a trader in the US dollar. I never know say we were cutting our own throat.
Black market.
So there's a lot of things that go fundamentally wrong in this country. But the thing is happening is that the Jamaican population is a dunce population when it comes to politics. And majority of the people are not interested of learning these things that affect their life daily. Yes, they maybe have a degree or two, but when it comes to politics, they are dunce.
The exchange rate tripled in 1992.
Right? So, I know here this PNP man named Shaka Fame Bell, here from out of Portland, here in Port Antonio. Every day, on his TikTok page, cussing the government about 90 million US dollar come out of the reserve the other day, and all kind of foolishness. And the dollar almost reached 160. So me I say, look how these people are stupid. When Portia become prime minister in 2011, it was 85 US to 1. Under Adisha, 85 US to 1, 85 Jamaican to 1 US. When Portia lose 2016, it was 115. It was 115 to 1. And now it's about 158. Right? So under the two government, the dollar run away. Under the two government, the dollar run away. And the reason for this, what we have to learn and to understand, until when we started to produce more and export more, our dollar will always under pressure. Always.
You know when it's going to change a little bit? When BRICS is introduced, because the value of the American dollar is going to go down, and then it's going to help a little bit.
Because now what we have to understand, just about every young girl and every young boy, they want a weave, they want a wig, they want a slippers, everything now is on Shein. Everybody buying on Shein. So there, you know, BT cost US dollars to get to do all of those little small item purchasing. So you have 100,000 people buying these things online, spending US dollars, but at the same time, nobody's earning any. So we have to just depend on tourism.
The money just coming and going back out.
Yeah, so we have, and let me tell you one other thing that they have a big stress on our country. You see the toll road them, where these foreign investors come in at the country and invest in the toll road, and I take out back the money to the country. Those are one of the major planks that putting our dollar underneath pressure.
All right, let me amount of years to collect the tolls. After they make back their money, the tolls are removed. I live here for over 35 years and I see it happen over and over. That's the same thing happening in Jamaica. They're collecting the tolls, and after a certain amount of years, those tolls supposed to go away. Let's hope the government take them away after whatever years they sign, it goes away. That's what they have to pray for.
It is
But
the same thing
what they
here
did
because
is
the
helping,
Portmore
the
told
country.
35 years.
Right, so you can't knock it. You only can knock it when time come, and if the government doesn't remove it, then there's a problem. But guess what? If they didn't do that, you wouldn't have the roads. Where the money come from to build it?
Big man, me know why you nothing about the time coming about, so it upset me.
No, I
Time now
understand.
come.
I
The time now
understand.
come, brother.
Well, you put it any which way you want to put it, because you're trying to change this argument, go somewhere else. And all I'm trying to do is just explain something. Stop being illiterate, man.
No, Ella 101. This is what I'm saying. We all know that no, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, no, what I'm saying
No,
is
man, you're
that,
being illiterate bringing that up.
no, what I'm saying is, let us not go down that way.
No, but it's the truth. I'm trying to explain something to him, and he coming in with that. It must be a PNP.
No, man, what I'm saying is, I know that what you just said is 100% correct. That yes, the people that will come and invest in the road, they are investors. But yes, they're carrying in certain amount of money, but they pull out back certain amount for 30, 40, 50 years.
Right, but if they didn't do it, would you have the roads?
No, I'm not saying it is wrong, sir. I'm not saying it is wrong. I will not do that. I'm not saying it is wrong. What I'm saying is that we do not put in no buffer against it in terms of, yes, after these people carrying the money and invest the money in the toll road, they're going to toll the road for the next 30 or 40 years and take out back whatever investment and profit that they put in. Or we know other people going to increase our foreign exchange earning. So when these people willing to are ready to pull back out their investment, that it do and bring a shock to the Jamaica economy.
Right, and that's the government supposed to do
all I'm
that.
saying.
But what would you suggest? Give me one idea. What would you suggest to make back that money?
What we need to do, yes, sir, with some of these roads that we are constructing, I think we have enough fund in the tourist enhancement fund. We have enough money in a housing trust in surplus. We have enough money in the pension funds where we could have invested in some of these infrastructure. Use Jamaican dollars, build out these infrastructure, even if we employ the contractors from overseas, right? Build out these infrastructure, and even if we still have a toll the road, so the pension fund and the tourist enhancement fund can get back their money and their profit, but it would not have any pressure on the foreign exchange.
Well, that's a good idea, but only the government can explain why they go that way.
So
you know what? I'll come off because this I'm not disrespect me. I'm not take me never disrespect.
No, it you disrespect me
because
you're coming with that because you don't understand. I'm trying to explain
I think
something
it was a joke.
Kevin,
were you making
don't
a
go,
joke?
Kevin. Don't go.
I was making a joke.
Yeah, it was a joke Kevin was making.
Kevin, don't take it personal, man. I'm enjoying the discussion.
No, people having a good discussion. I don't want with that crap.
No, just leave it right there, boss.
It was a joke that Kevin was making.
No, but we have a good
I don't come on nobody life with disrespect.
I trying to explain something and you come with that crap.
You don't disrespect.
Kevin.
No, man, it can be resolved. Hold on, Island. So Elder, he was just joking, but you did not see
No,
the joke in it.
no, you're the one who
Because you
said
were
it
trying
is
to
a joke.
explain
He
something
never come
serious,
out
but
right.
I knew that
He
Kevin
never
was
come out and said it
joking.
was a joke.
Yeah, he
He
was
was
trying
still
to make
trying
a
to
joke,
back it
Ella.
up.
He
It
He
was
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 a
trying to
still
make
joke,
a
trying to
joke.
back it
Ella.
up.
It
Yeah,
was a
man. He
joke.
was
He
trying.
was
He
not
wasn't
trying to
trying to
be
be. He wasn't
disrespectful.
trying to be funny, Ella. Really.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it wasn't funny.
Maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't come across that way to you, but he was trying to be
All right, you
funny.
shall
Really.
hear the tagline that
Yeah.
the PNP is using is time when time
It was a
come. So
slogan why
Kevin
PNP used.
say
We don't like the
oh
slogan, but we
time
just say
now
that
go
joke.
Yeah.
come. So it was
We
just a
are
joke.
family here. We are family here. So don't let us take it personal.
Mm-hmm.
I
It was
defend this.
just a joke.
You guys hear me all the time. I defend this government. So I use the term, not saying, look, I'm backing the PNP because I use the term. All I'm saying is that the
We
government,
know you're not backing them. We know. Elder,
you
just
know,
relax.
Just relax, Ella, because you
Yeah,
sound
it's
like you're a
nothing.
senior person. So
of course I'm
we
a
know what
senior
things go.
person. But, but when people, making a point, come on, man, don't come up with them stupid things. Just listen to it and make it go through in one ear and come out the other.
Yeah. So I'm saying, Ella, that going forward as a people, we maybe have to look more in depth internally how we do things, because everything that we do, it come with a conditionality in life.
Right. And I trust this government for what they are doing now. That's why I said, they are the only one who can explain why they didn't do it the way that you would say. And I trust the government that what it did was right for the country.
I sent you a request to open your mic.
Saying to the gentleman that I don't think that we need to be fussing because it was just a misunderstanding. I was really listening the whole time and I actually got the joke because the comrades as the time come.
Yeah.
But I guess Elder didn't really find it funny still, so we can also understand and
Right.
his
And that's what I'm
perspective.
saying. It was funny because somebody trying to make a point and you
understand. It's funny overall, but I understand why you don't find it funny still. Because I take it serious right now, but we get where the general did say, Kevin did say.
when I'm reasoning a point, I don't reason on them level, I don't reason on them level. You listen to people and if you hear something, just let it pass. If it was a PNP, you're talking and say something, yes. I wouldn't have a problem with it.
The thing is that they have a thing called generation gap, where each generation actually behave different. So you and Kevin clearly come from two different generations. You probably use a baby boomer, you probably use a millennial. We millennials tend to joke a lot. Gen Z worse than we even take everything for joke. But understand, so the older generation, the elders, them don't really find nothing funny. So you kind of get that. They want to know a reason something serious, a serious time. Understand that, man. But we just have to have a much of discussion.
I like how you do that. I like that.
So true.
So I always study human behavior.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So true. You're hands on.
Yeah. You see what bothers me about it? What bothers me about it? Even if it was a joke at the same time, he never come out himself and say he was joking. He was still trying to defend it.
Okay, all right.
Let's move on.
Got upset.
If
he had just said it was a joke, I would leave it alone. But he was still trying to defend it.
Yeah. Let us move on.
I understand. So we're gonna start running any more joke like that and just move forward. Because a really nice discussion in our ears. Sitting clean in my room and listening to you guys. Actually turn off the music and I listen to you guys because a really nice discussion. Really like some of the topics that and I even learned a lot so far. Because me born 1996, so some of the things I'm on before that you guys have teach me a lot of things. So continue, man.
Continue, Daddy. Don't make me upset you. Continue.
Listen to me. I have a lot of knowledge and education, and I don't live in Jamaica, but I follow up what goes on in Jamaica. And when I hear things, I try to help you guys, and Petal hear me a lot of time that I try to correct you guys when you're off track and give you facts. So when people reasoning, sometimes you have to realize, say, look here, man. Keep the crap out of it and don't disrupt the information passing on.
So Ella, a person like you know who is of international experience, because you say maybe in the state now for about 35 years.
37.
From your perspective now, what is it that you see that as a low hanging fruit in terms of industry where Jamaica can try and see if we can implement moving forward?
Well, I mentioned one thing because, you know, I work in a very large manufacturing company. We manufacture parts for airplanes, both military and commercial. And we have a whole bunch of machinists that I supervise. All right?
Yeah.
And even although I came here and studied engineering, most of what I use on the job is what I learned in high school in Jamaica. And I said every day, most my daily tasks every day towards these people I supervise is what I learned in Jamaica. So I know, and I have friends left Jamaica as machinists and come to this country. I'm making over $100,000 a year as a machinist.
You know, Ella, you're touching a very important point, you know.
Let me finish to answer your question. So basically what Jamaica doesn't have is the infrastructure and in Jamaica for manufacturing plant like mine to say, you know what, it would be cheaper going to Jamaica and manufacture this thing because energy is too expensive. So when the government fix that, more manufacturing plants can come to Jamaica because the skill level is there.
I want to add something when you're finished.
Yes, sir.
And they know it here. These companies, they employ so much Jamaicans with skills. They wish they could take us all back there and to do the work.
Last night, I agree with you, Ella. Last night, I was listening to a conference like this that we're having right here, the panel discussion. And my input was that one of the problems that Jamaica faces that I see is that we're organized now better than back then, but we're still poorly organized in certain sectors because what you're debating about is like building STEM schools and those stuff. So what some of us were saying that instead of starting with the STEM school, why not implement a STEM curriculum across all our schools so everyone can get that same curriculum and education about what they'll teach in the STEM schools, even though they'll still be the STEM school now, but just that everyone have an experience. Because really and truly, there's a lot of persons out here who are good at coding, like to develop software, robotics, and even the same engineering thing. But is there a manufacturing center here that anyone can go and build a car or build a phone or something?
All right, let me share something again with you guys. Just let me give you this one point, quick. And you guys tell me if I'm right or I'm wrong.
Brother, you talk the whole morning. We just want to answer what I like.
Not the whole morning. I just stepped in.
All right, go
you don't want to learn something, man? Answer me one question. There are technical schools in Jamaica. You're not giving me a chance. You're not giving me a chance to hear.
All right, hold on, Elder.
All I'm saying, there are technical schools in Jamaica. If they were doing a good job, Jamaica wouldn't need art program. That's all I'm saying.
But what about persons who don't pass for technical schools? Because we never go on technical school.
Well, you could still have it, but it wouldn't have to be on such a big scale.
No, what do we do after that now? Like, what support do we have to go forward? Like, literally, I'm speaking about like certain sectors that should have been in Jamaica, like manufacturing. We don't have a manufacturing center out here, if you ask me. Or a sector, I should say.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't have that industry now, and we should.
If you have the scale, but you don't have the infrastructure, how are the people that are going to come and put up their companies?
Even the same thing you talk about the electricity being so high in Jamaica, it doesn't even make sense because you ever drive through the countryside and see how much unoccupied land are there that we could set up wind turbines or even a solar energy farm or such. There's a lot of things we could actually do.
We have those.
Listen to this. Boeing just came off a strike with 30,000 machinists. 30,000 machinists were on strike. If Jamaica had the capacity where Boeing could have come there and produced their parts, you think these workers would have gotten the deal they just signed for?
But you know, I was saying to someone though that instead of focusing on building more BPO, which underpay the youths, them, why not focus in these sectors, bringing these people?
BPO is not underpaying people.
I life. What I would say,
You're talking about. I don't know why people beating down on BPO. You're beating down on the.
That's when I was working at a BPO, you know, like with hard versus now, Mr. Boat stuff. When I say underpay, listen, when I say underpay in BPO people them used to very tricky. Yes, you come to work, you're supposed to get X amount of money, payday come, you hear say the late this a day, you lose half of your money for all sort of foolishness. You go over break by 10 seconds, you lose the money, all of them. So them something them used to go through as to why I'm giving BPO right now.
If I'm late for 3
In government right now.
and
that way more than when I was expecting.
No, first I get an oral warning, they write me a letter, then them take me to a committee, and then go in and me pay. Cause I have to be reprimanded for not showing up on time. Teachers, the same thing should happen to teacher. We need to show up on time, because if we go to America, we have to show up on time.
Of course.
I like. What I want to say, you see?
And hold on, BPO, yeah. BPO, I guess you were a call center agent, because people always are beat down on the call center agent. But BPO,
I'm not saying bigger than I know.
Them have who else? Whole heap of other position in the BPO sector. It's a business that adds to the GDP of the country.
GDP, yeah.
A lot of people.
I'm not saying that important, but I can tell you what the call centers them do exploit, and may I speak that from first-hand experience. That's just my experience. None about anybody else on, because I reckon call centers are paid really good. Listen to me now, I'm not talk about late, because if that was a problem, that would be a problem. The problem I may say, if you come back from break sometime, even upon time, their system sometimes have glitches. Do you know that whenever they have system downtime, they don't pay the workers for that, even though it's not the workers' fault?
The labor board?
Sorry?
The labor board, the Ministry of Labor.
No, I didn't work with the Ministry of Labor. That's
no, you don't have to work with the ministry to
the amount of people I know go through the labor board, I never have time to follow up on them. I just do the best thing and just leave. That's why I'm telling you, it's the amount of problems I had with them, Everything piled up, and one day I just decided that, hey, I'm done with this. And that's so I just, as a matter of fact, I didn't even resign. I just walked off that job. That's the first job I ever walked off.
Do you guys know why Goodyear Tire Company left Jamaica?
Yeah.
Any of you guys know why Goodyear Tire Company left Jamaica?
Poor union management.
Good. Somebody have the knowledge.
I fluid. I am energy pass.
Both of them. I'm glad somebody here. You see, when people are educated on the truth.
Yeah. You see, Ella, I'm back on the point that we were on. You see, instead of our leaders, and I'm not saying that it is still happening right now, so I don't want to get the point wrong. Instead of when our government go overseas to the more industrialized and developed economy, and we are begging like a lapdog for loans or for grants, if we go to those heads of government and say, listen, I want to build out this economic zone in my country. How can you facilitate me? How best can you facilitate me? All of the industry, big industry in America now are looking for cheap labor to produce their manufacturing, right? And Jamaica could be one such place. We speak about Boeing airline and making parts for plane. If our government were having foresight and say, all right, listen, we have a backside industry. Most of the parts that use in aeroplane have to build out with
Right,
aluminum.
because we cut a lot of aluminum.
Yeah, with aluminum. How can you come now and let us as a country stop produce backside ore, but start to make the value added from the backside? And then you could say, all right, then we have to use University of Technology and train certain amount of people in science and technology and mathematics so they can learn how to put these parts together. But we are not. Our leaders that we have gone back then wasn't the visionaries.
And
they only think about the banana and the sugar cane and the white rum and the pimento.
Winston, I personally not bragging. If Jamaica had the infrastructure, I could come there with my knowledge and you'd be surprised the difference I could make. But they don't have the infrastructure. So why would I try to do something that just not going to help anybody?
Yes, sir. But that's the problem that I'm having.
As it relates to what iLife is asking about the STEM schools and why I don't then put the programs in other schools. This government, what they have done is offering the STEM scholarship to teachers at Michael and UTech free, so they can go into the schools and teach it.
And okay, in the world conference,
once you're doing a bachelor's in STEM, it is free of cost. You get a scholarship from the government right now at Michael and UTech. So these teachers will be out in the schools. And people
open to everyone, or it's just open to persons who are already going to the teachers' college? Just asking.
Huh?
I'm asking, is it open to just teachers who are currently going there, or it's open to anyone who has an interest in teaching in a STEM school?
I cannot give you the detail, but if you can go and check it out. If you know somebody.
Next thing I want to know, because Jamaica have a brain drain issue, Is it a case where them are gonna put some form of a lineage from these teachers make sure so like them can't just get the degree and then run off to our next country?
Yes. I think 5 years.
Okay, that's good. Because I realize that these people tend to exploit them own country, and I realize that the next thing affect Jamaica,
Them don't
scholarships and all.
But then complain about. Go ahead, iLife.
Yeah, I'm saying that they will ask for the grants. Not everybody get the grants, not everybody get the scholarships, but some people do get it. And as soon as them complete them studies, you see them run gone a different foreign country. And those are some of the things that actually affect our country in terms of our growth for the next generation to come. Teachers now, whoever teach the current. See, they must have a crisis with lack of teachers and those stuff in many primary schools and high schools right now.
All right, guys.
They need to also mention that the government also employed over 800 teachers since September.
And guys, that's why
I'm not talking about the government, because the government are do for them part, and I'm talking about the people who take the scholarships and the grants, and then as soon as them get through, they're ready for run. Them me talk about.
All right, guys, here what I want to do. Since I'm not ready to come back home full time, and I talk to my wife about it, I'll be coming to Jamaica and spend like 2-3 months. And one of my aim is to go into every one of these technical schools that I can and share some of my knowledge with them, because I know some of those teachers have no hands-on experience. Because I know when I went to UTech and left as a teacher, when it was scarce, I didn't have that hands-on experience going into the classroom. But after working here for over 30-something years in the manufacturing industry as an engineer, there's so much I have to offer, and I'm willing to come back and spend time to do it for free. I don't want a dime. That's my intention.
Be a very good community service offering from you. Really appreciate it.
And I'm going to do it because I know some of those teachers, when I walk out of that classroom, they're going to be so happy that what they learned from me. I've been in top management, and I've been a supervisor. I was a plant manager, and I left that job and I went to become a supervisor. And yet, when I did a step back, I made more money than when I was a plant manager. But I wanted the experience more than anything else. The money didn't matter to me because I know, look here, I can prove myself and earn it back. And when I made a step back and take a cut in pay from a plant manager to a supervisor, within 2 years I made back twice the amount that I had lost. So when I listen to people come on here and they talk stupid, man, it hurts me so much.
Morning, open discussion.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Shower. Let me say something towards this conversation that I'm hearing, and two things I want to point out to Jamaicans here and who is overseas to please understand this. I'm going to ask a question, and if somebody here can please tell me. Somebody here can tell me what is a sugar beet?
A sugar beet is
sugar beet.
It's what they call beetroot. You guys have it in Jamaica.
No, sugar beet is not beetroot, but I'm going to explain to you why I ask this thing. No, a lot of people saying, boy, we not export sugar, and we not export banana. That is used to. And we need to get over that concept now that doesn't work anymore. In the world today, we producing sugar, we can't do nothing to that. That is behind us now. The sugar that we produce here, we can say, yes, we're producing sugar for ourselves, but not to export. Presently in the world today, America is the largest producer of sugar by them because they're not using sugar cane anymore. They have a thing now named sugar beet.
Yeah.
So let me explain that. So they do it in mass production because they have it. So while they can do it in mass production, they are the one that the rest of countries who need sugar are depending on. Now, that is one. And two, look at Brazil. Brazil is the largest exporter of bananas now. We have to turn around now and even say start buying banana from them because what we have here, what we need to do is stop buying from them and start to produce our own, where we can suffice it ourselves, but exporting banana out of the question. So I just want to clear that those two things are out of the questions that we as Jamaica start to export anymore. The world is way ahead of us where that is concerned, sugar and banana. So
Jamaica has a problem with the disease in the banana. That's why they're having that problem.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that like, oh, people here, boy, we not export, we can export sugar long gone are those days. Right? What we doing now, what we're trying to do now is catch up on the rest of the world with technology, education, because that's where we're going to know, cyber and all of them things there. That's what we need to focus on now. The sugar days, yeah, we can make sugar, but we're just making it for support ourselves. We can have banana, but just to support ourselves, but not to export. Those days are long gone.
You know, I went to Mexico, and you know, when the farmers going into the banana fields, they put on a piece of plastic over their boots that they don't carry anything into the banana field and transmit any disease.
It was here as well. It was here because I live close to St. Mary and Portland in the banana industry where they have it. Before you enter the field, have to sanitize your shoe.
Right, your shoe and everything.
Yeah, man, we have that out here, man. Our banana industry was highly developed. But the problem that our banana industry come to an end is because of, it's about three reasons. One, it was when we lost the preferential market with the European Union because of WTO. We lose that. The next thing, we have a high level of losses in terms of natural disaster with the hurricanes.
And the hurricanes, right.
Yeah, and the other one was theft. The very same people who employ the farm manager, the supervisor, cut the banana by the truckload and thief.
So
Open discussion.
I can respect that, but do you understand where I'm coming from when I say no?
Open discussion.
Yes, I go ahead now.
I can first say I really love the way you reason out this because that's a good way to look at it. Where you say that we don't need to look upon to say we are produce food for export at this point. We need to first produce enough, become self-sufficient, so we not have to focus on importing.
No, my brother, don't get me wrong. There's something that we still have the capacity to export.
Yeah, I know. We say like banana and them stuff there. We don't need to export that because the supply and demand.
Yeah,
remember the supply and demand, we can't compete with Brazil.
Exactly, sir. That's what I'm saying.
So that's why I say I agree with that.
Yes,
we can't look on Brazil and mass. And then decide to focus on banana. We can't keep up. Them can sell to them banana for try to 3 times cheaper than we, and then right the same kill our market. So one way or the other would have to know so would lose the banana export to Europe at some point in time. That's why we need for definitely so we have forward thinking persons as a leader if we can be visionaries to see this in the coming. So we touch a point now about the whole IT thing.
Yes,
but they go a meeting with the Prime Minister and him say him go build a technological center in a poor focus for IT. And me can tell you say if nothing else, they don't have my vote really because of that, because that's the direction we need to go right now.
Thank you very much, sir.
So we have the AI thing there. We need the code. Children from basic school level to start learning coding.
Yes, sir.
Go straight up. So that by the time they reach high school, they're supposed to can go for a job experience, internship by they reach 10th grade and such. So by them left high school now, they can work some big tech company. Eventually we have big companies like Google and Apple and come to Jamaica, come employ.
That
those things go
they're going to start the hard programs in the primary schools now.
By me saying what I said, that is exactly where I'm saying. The world right now, where the world is at right now is technology. So we need to, as I say, I'm asking people who have that mindset, but why produce sugar? They we wave that way beyond us. America right now, I use that.
Let me add something more. If I may add something more. So me see it, them say Jamaica, if you check the whole area of Jamaica by sea, it's almost the same size as France or a little bigger. So what me get from that is that if Jamaica go focus on agriculture and export, then fisheries that be the best thing for them then. Because a lot of sea space. Don't you think?
But you know, the government I give them boats, I give them engine oil, I give them.
The government in the just say we can focus more on this then.
What the government I give? Them I give. They give away a lot of things in farming. Greenhouse. They might give away, they might give land for farm at a reduced price. They might give the seed, they might give the fertilizer, everything. But these young people, they don't want to do anything. But they
so the young people don't want anything, you know. It's just that the young people need guidance. You understand? Guidance.
I just want to support the point where you make in terms of with the fishery, seafood. I saw on YouTube in China, right? China is developing fish farm that is bigger than one of our parish in Jamaica, right? Because of the needs for fishery. Freshwater fish we're talking about, you know. So I'm saying that we are supposed to look into these areas. We have the whole of the Burnham Lodge sugar land. We have the whole of the
Andrew, lend me a bar.
Center Mat sugar land in Golden Grove, we're no longer producing cane. So we must look now to alternate industries. You understand?
We can't do that, you know.
And fishery is a big one.
What I'm saying to you,
have you heard about the Forest Club and what they're doing?
You want me to explain this to you? What you're saying, you know, and please listen to what you just said about China. You know what is happening in the world. We as Jamaican here, we have to look into that. We are behind the rest of the world in talking about producing. Just like you just said, China. You think now China, the amount of fish China got, we cannot compete. So we can't look like that. All we have to do is look for feed ourselves. Then once we can feed ourselves, now what we have to penetrate now is technology. We have to put your mind in a teaching the youth them how to get up to the rest
if
of
I may
them.
add, we're bigger than enough of the Caribbean country them in terms of land mass. So while we have feed ourselves, once we get that covered, we can focus on exporting to neighbors of the Caribbean.
You feed
That,
yourself
that's
first.
So we might not compete on a world stage, but we can definitely compete and supply the entire region.
That's
Remember, so we have a
understandable.
strategic location and we're in the center of the Caribbean Sea, basically.
We work with that.
Just a minute here. One of the things is a lot of our people are expecting government to do everything. How much is the private sector willing to invest into the business? Farming is a private enterprise. These people need to take the bull by the horn. Everything government must do. How we expect that to work?
No, I don't really compare this whole thing to America. Even earlier somebody did say if you're America, you have to go work early, you cannot get annoyed. I'm really like it, but now I use one reference to compare America. In America, most people can go get financing to start business. But I realize in Jamaica, it's very hard to finance a new business. That's the reason why we don't really have a lot of persons doing certain things in the entrepreneurial area. It's very hard to finance a business out here. But because if it never so hard, some of the ideas I am sharing, you would have definitely tried.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Okay, so you live in New York?
You're asking. I live in New York.
Okay, so the question, I live in Washington DC, and I was talking to Miller TV the other day. I was trying to find out, do you know of any diaspora organization within the Maryland DC area that do like fundraising for the Jamaica Labour Party or also do charity outreach for Jamaica? You hear me?
I'm from New York, so I really don't know anything that far.
Okay. So because I was
we're not going with over here.
Waiting on you.
You were sleeping, Tatal.
Okay.
Eh?
Me up late at night time.
Okay, you were sleeping.
Me drop back asleep, yeah.
No, man. Arville came up because he says that he has a question for Elder. Go ahead, Arville.
Yeah, I just asked him, but he said I just asked him. He said no, he don't aware of anyone.
Huh?
So I just asked Elder, but he said he's not aware of anyone in this side. So I'm gonna put it out.
Oh, I wasn't listening. Sorry.
So I'm gonna repeat the question, but I'm gonna repeat it on a wider scale, so you as a moderator can also let me know. So I live in the Washington DC area, and I'm trying to find that I asked Miller TV the other day, but I haven't gotten a response back from him. He said he's gonna check out and let me know. So the question I'm asking: do any one of you guys know of any organization within the Washington DC area that do fundraising for the Jamaica Labour Party and also do outreach program for Jamaica in general?
I'm going to look on the website if you can go on there and donate.
Which website?
The Jamaica Labour Party website.
Okay. Okay, so that's the question I want to ask. Elder already asked answered, so
I have families live there. I'll ask them and see if I get any information. I'll pass it on.
Can't believe that.
I appreciate it.
Did they not the door? I'm not the door? Let me not call me, but the phone no, I'm gonna say after 10 or so after 9.
When I go on the page, I see a donate and it says donate, and you can click the currency The amount you
Oh, then
want
we're
to
calling the
donate.
phone. I put it on silent. Tell me, maybe them that
Total,
clarify.
we are here a business.
Oh,
That's something similar, Karen.
What's his name? The man there, Orville. Yes, I'm on the website. I'm seeing a icon that says donate. When I click on it, make a donation. Currency USD, JMD. Your donation, enter donation amount in USD. Details, name, first name, last name, email address, enter phone number, enter address, message. Then me say donate now. So I guess I can do it from the website if you're still listening, Orville. Anybody ever try to donate to the Labour Party?
I think he up off.
You know, I life. Back to you, one of the things that I suggest, but I wanted to speak on. Whenever time we lose an industry in Jamaica, whether it is privately run or it is facilitated by government, it's like we go into hibernation. And I'm speaking of the sugar industry and the banana industry. All of these lands are lying there idle. And our government, at no time at all, try to do any form of feasibility studies and see what else they can do to utilize these farmlands. Nothing at all. When you look and see what is taking place in the world in terms of the needs for agriculture produce, I'm going to speak of two items. When you look and see the chocolate industry, which is a $60 billion United States dollar industry in the world, right? And who is making the cream of that money? Europe. We don't plant one chocolate tree.
That's so true. That's so
right?
true. Poland is one of the biggest country.
Yeah. When you look again
when it comes to chocolate.
When you look again on avocado, what we call pear here, it's an $80 billion United States dollar industry. And we have so much farmland in Jamaica. The whole of the sugar cane land then that showed on idle. All of the banana land that showed on idle. And we don't say and say, listen, what about sugar dead, banana dead? What about if we can move to a different agriculture crop and even make even $100 million US dollar out of that 80 billion US a year? You understand? We're not trying nothing new, and that's what I'm saying.
That would answer the GDP for real.
The vision is not there, brother. The parliament that we have from both sides of the aisles, the vision is not there. And even right now with my very own party, the Jamaica Labour Party, too much of the member of parliament are dependent on the Prime Minister alone and his ideas.
Correct.
They said that, you know. I'm glad they said that. I'm glad they said that because I said something come like Andrew alone and power think.
The party is too leader-centric. The party is too leader-centric, and the young people are not coming with ideas to back up the Prime Minister.
The vision, but he doesn't have the backing with his ministers. That's where the problem is. He alone can't do it.
Well, and also, we want the private investor to invest in things too.
It's up to the people, right, to hold the other members accountable. You understand? Let them know that, listen, this man needs your support. It's not about you just dragging him down by pulling on his coattail, but you need to help to lift him up, right? So people need to start holding the other members accountable as well.
And the opposition party, when they see good things, along with the good that you see, why you want to fight it?
Another point of items. When you look on the goat industry now in Jamaica, with the hybrid goat, last year I hear some personnel from RADA saying that Jamaica not even tapping in 1/3 of the market for goat meat in Jamaica. We have to import, right? And I'm saying that when you're looking in Ghana, when you're looking to Kenya, Uganda and South Africa and see all these African countries is building out a goat industry, right? And we know here in Jamaica still dragging our feet and only depend on importing goat meat when government should have push an initiative to help young farmers should have built out a small little goat industry and grow.
Cheese is one of the richest cheese there is.
Yes, sir. A lot of that come back to monetization, though, you know.
That's exactly what I was trying to tell you, because we know not just we know, but I can't. I don't want to. If it's safe, interact in somebody conversation, but that I'm asking on please look at where the world is, and I'm going to point out one thing. When we're talking about goat, we out of the world compared to that, and like if you ask to elaborate, I can. When you're talking about goat, we not have no goat. I can raise no goat for sell the world. Yes, I understand. Probably there's a possibility we can sell our region here, so or we can feed ourselves. But raising goat for make a money, say you go sell. There is countries in the world that have goat by the, wild goat. Put it this way, wild goat.
Wild goat, God.
So we cannot compete to a country that, and I can, as I said, I can discussion. Yes, discussion. I do not share that argument, and the reason why I can tell you. Yes, I tell you the reason why. Yes, I am speaking about the local market.
I was away, but Winston, someone is Marvet is asking, Winston, what was the government response to that? Oh, I guess open discussion responded. Okay.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying and what is killing the world, and I'm asking you to look at this. Things is happening across the world where it is mass produced. They have it so much that they're literally giving it away. That is the issue.
And guess what, though?
I'm saying it. I'm not talking about a farmer with a 1 goat or a 2 goat. I am saying if the rather personnel can say that we the market space that we have for goat meat, we are not even producing 1/3 of it, so we have to be in export. So I am talking about even to provide for the local market. Winston,
wait now. What I'm pointing out to you, my brother, and I'm hoping you can see through what I'm saying. These people have it so much, that is the problem, that even we here have to buy it from them because we reason it is far more than buying it from them. They have
open discussion.
Yes, sir.
I 100% agree with you. Look into it. They can import it, come into our country and sell it cheaper than food.
Cheaper than exactly. That's what I'm saying.
You understand what I'm saying? That alone.
That is what I'm telling you.
Remember, when supply is higher than demand, the price are going to drop.
Exactly.
So you understand? So for the local market, the demand is higher than the supply, but for the international market, the supply is higher.
These people
understand? So that's why the imported are cheaper than the local.
You can imagine a country have goat when them at a wild goat them there. Just imagine what I'm saying to you. It's cheaper for us to buy more than even we use. That's the issue.
Yes, a wild goat for 25. I understand what you're saying. But listen what I'm trying to say to you. I am speaking presently, despite all of the goat meat that is being imported into this country. Yet still, a pound of local goat meat is between. Right now, in the holiday season, it will go up to be $1,800 to $2,000 a pound. So if we were producing it on a wider scale, on a larger scale, we could have brought it down to about $800 a pound or $600 a pound by the time we reach the dinner table. Right?
Sustainability.
That's true.
That's what I'm talking about, sir. So we must look at what industry that we can build out.
Basically, what I'm saying to you, and I don't like argue with my own people. It's something I don't like, though. So you try and forget your point. And me, we not argue, but like you not argue. Me understand, but me no want to talk about that and you talk about something else. Cause me gonna say it to you again. Hopefully you can understand. These people that we are imported from is literally giving us it. So when we say, all right, call it, say me and you are going to business now, and we are going to have a goat farm, it's like we're struggling because we raise the goat for sell it here. So we're not, it's better if we buy it next door. I'm not telling us that if we're doing it, but it seems like that because these people have it free. I give it. That's what I'm telling the rest of the world. We are behind the rest of the world when it comes on to producing certain things. So the world have it in mass production.
Because it's costing you more to produce it.
More to produce here. That exactly, sir. That's all I'm saying.
Cheaper to buy from them.
That's all I'm saying.
Cheaper to buy from them.
How much is $25 converted to Jamaican? Sustainability. You have to can sustain yourself first before you can enter the market.
Because Australia is selling wild goats, adult female.
I'm seeing that's what I don't want to come right and say.
4,000 American dollars, 4,500.
Just tell them in simple terms. You have people who have goat, we call it wild goat.
For what?
Just imagine you have a country who have goat where them say wild goat them there. So we cannot compete. So
but
we
discussion.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Are you aware? Have you ever been to an Denver show?
No, unfortunately, no.
Okay, all right. Are you aware that right now you have farmers here in Jamaica that are breeding hybrid goat are doing very well for themselves?
Yes,
I'm speaking about the local Jamaica market, you know.
That I know. I know that
and they are also creating wealth for themselves out of that industry.
I am not saying
that. He said that.
I
am not saying no, you know.
So what about if we can improve that industry and become so efficient in it that we can compete on the global scale? You know,
you want me to explain that
capacity to do that.
All right, you ask the question.
What I must say is that we're not going to be able to compete on the global scale because the money that costs for us to breed the goat them and raise them, it is 3 times the amount where they even sell wheat back for. Where we are getting from the African countries or wherever we are imported from. Because remember, you know, we are getting imported goat meat at the supermarket shelf for $600 a pound. While the one we have as local are $1,800 a pound. So right, that's now look a poor man going at the wholesale or supermarket. He might ask the imported one because that him can afford.
Right.
You understand?
Let me break it down easier for him. Remember, you just said, you know, there is people here that raising goats, hybrid goat, and they make a living. What you are saying now, in return, you have to look on this. In order for we to catch up with the rest of the world, it's like half of Jamaica have to go raise goat, and half of Jamaica with somebody else want to do something else. We cannot stand up to these people. We can't. That's the problem we're having, you know.
That doesn't mean you must stop producing because
no, as somebody just said $25 for one of the Australian goat them, while one of our farmer them I sell one goat for over $100. So you see major difference?
Yeah,
at least 3 times more.
But I lie. You realize, you realize that the country who were the chief architect for free trade now become one of the most defensive economy in the world. United States of America, because they realize that whatsoever the industry that they have remain, they have to guard it. That's why they raise tariff left, right, and center to protect their economy. So why is it that we can't do this thing? Hey, listen, free market listen, free market short long time with the bathwater, brother. Because I'm saying that the United States of America is the chief architect of free trade. And look what they are doing now with tariff against other countries. They are putting
remember, you know, where we can just go up and just fling up tariffs, you know. Remember, you know, Jamaica not really that attractive to most of the international countries and markets, you know. People want to visit America left, right, and center. Most people not think about to come to Jamaica. So we have to become attractive first in the first place.
The person who just said we have to be attractive, that is where we have to put our mindset. Now we have to start selling Jamaica. Like for instance, the Panama Canal is right there. There's a lot of ships that pass through here. What this government or what we're supposed to know is have places where them can stop, them can refurbish, them can fix engine, them can. That is where the rest of
I would shake your hand right now up in discussion. I would have shake on right now. You know, one of the main thing what did annoy me one time, the people in the lick out on Goat Island. Remember them, they said them are going to build some farm or hub over Goat Island and people actually fight against it, you know. I say iguana, all sort of wildlife. When me I say, but remember, so Jamaica is an archipelago made up of 29 islands and cays, you know. So what if we just use one for financial or a cash cow, I should say? Just one.
Well, you know what I'm saying to you? You know what I'm saying to you? All of that is coming. I can see our leader right now have the vision because I listen to the man and I am saying and I'm backing him to we to stop saying produce this and produce that. We are way behind the rest of the world. So forget apartheid. What we need to know is concentrate on having the education and the know-how and have it here in our country. And that's
in the plan. It's in the plan.
Yes, and I can back you on that.
The people living there.
I can back you on that where Andrew Holness himself said what we need to start focus on right now is providing services.
Thank you very much.
Understand? Like whether financial service, IT service, services we are focused on. Because they say we can't catch up on producing goods. No goods and services now, we can't catch up on the goods part. But remember, you know, we have human resources, so we can always catch up on the service part. So if we have a local hub where we can have the ship them come repair at a lower cost or such, or be a transshipment hub, things come to Jamaica before we got the rest of Caribbean country and reroute and so. Or we have faster internet more than the rest of the country them, so we have IT sectors where we are the customer service certain IT companies and such, or software developers. We can do those stuff.
Thank you very much.
Can I say something, buddy?
Guys,
Can I say something?
it's going on, but it's not on a scale out yet.
Hold on there. Come on, Tim wants to say something.
Yeah, I want to say something.
Philippines.
Well, yes?
Guess what me I eat? Guess what
What? Huh?
Guess what me I eat?
What?
We're on breadfruit and red herring.
We don't want to hear you show up and eat no roast breadfruit and none. Keep it yourself. You get
Yeah, your mother for cook for you, not true. Your mother for cook for you, not true.
Yes, go ahead.
Somebody in the comment is saying that German ship is being repaired here now in Jamaica.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yes,
well,
yes,
thank you very much. That is correct.
That is
correct.
Yeah, so what you're saying, you know.
That is correct.
I listen to everybody.
Come on, Sense wants to say something.
Yeah, I was listening. So I'm listening to everybody opinion and point of view, and it all makes sense. But think about it this way. Someone mentioned about banana and sugarcane, which is true. But remember, you know, when we had banana and sugarcane, it wasn't so much government pension. It was always private. So it's the private people that need to lead in that direction. The government can't take on that, you know, that responsibility. But what I do observe in Jamaica is most of the people a lot of people who could maybe get into stuff like that, they're not doing it. And it's kind of unfortunate, you know, and there's so much that they can do, you know.
Let me break it down in a small nutshell so we can understand my point of view and where we want to be at. We want to produce the next Nigel Clark. That's what we're trying to do. The farming thing, what right now where we are in the rest of the world is just to feed ourselves. Forget basically all about that. So I'm just breaking it down so we can understand. What we want to do is produce the next astronaut that's going to moon. That's where the world is now. What we talking about on food and banana and all of that. That's, yes, I understand. We want to feed ourselves, fine. But that's not where the world is right now. The world is far advanced of us, and that's what we need to do. Get yourself in a who can do coding and who can do this and who can do that. That's how we are going to start make our money.
Yeah, but you can't educate them on the hungry belly now.
I just said it here now. I just said it here. Listen, please listen me.
All right.
Nobody not like hungry. I said yes. I said yeah. The food, yes. But the food is we just appetite. But the next farmer we are come about real good, and we not gonna feed him. Not feed nobody in the world with feeding good.
Yeah, that was what I saying. Say right now we have to just focus on maintain ourselves in the farming industry. We don't think about export because we can't manage
Yes,
the
sir.
export market. So we have to
Yes,
think
sir.
about ourselves, feed ourselves,
Yes, sir.
stop
Yes.
import. All right. The only thing we can do is try to cut down on the import in food country, pan food, and produce for ourselves.
But that's what
And
I'm saying, you know. You have
And
a
that's
point,
what I
but please.
said. It's
You have a point. Wait, no,
sustainability.
man, my brother. My brother, I want to see if this makes sense. You have a point, you know. Let's use goat, for instance. So we have to go produce goat to feed ourselves. It's going to take half of the country or quarter of the country to produce goat to feed ourselves, and it's not going to happen. It's too far, man. You got to have a raise goat. And in order to feed the whole Jamaica, you have to go have 25, and 20, the other 23 is not going to want to do that. So it's easier to buy it next door.
Yeah,
Please
but
look
that, but
when you
right,
talk
but
about
it
your left
shouldn't
hand,
stop
please look on your
producing
right
though.
hand.
Stop producing.
No, I didn't say that,
Cheaper.
sir.
No, the thing about it, the government can even come up with a system in a way. I always hear them say government give certain people like certain farmers certain land. Them can give them like certain part of a deal where they have to produce this or like let's say they have to produce pumpkin or have to raise goats or such just to give back. Not necessarily for giving, but for give back to the economy by them and sell goats and such. Probably something like that can help them. Where say if you are gonna give persons grant to become farmers, they have to at least have one goat house so they might produce this amount of goats or such. Because we need to be able if we can feed ourselves, we have to have food sufficiency and energy sufficiency.
Okay, excuse me, Kevin, lend me a box, please.
Yeah, I'll go about doing that.
You want to borrow mine? If Kevin wants to say, you can use mine.
Okay.
All right, go. How about get out the box?
But I will go back to it though. The private sector have to take the lead, and a lot of them don't have the initiative. And I want to tell you something, you see, and this is what I know personally. I don't know how many people know that, but for years, you see, from in the 80s coming up, they had a successful, I would call a very successful flowers farm that we used to export a whole lot of flowers to the United States all over the world. Well, mostly United States. It was run by one of those faces, and that farm used to employ hundreds of people. I actually know the farm. I've been on there, So we can actually, it's areas like that we have, Jamaica could really look into. Some things we might not be competitive, but some things we can be competitive.
I don't want to shoot you down on what you're saying, I hate doing it. Sometimes I don't even like come and talk against my own. But please understand. Please understand. And let me point out something to you. Let's talk about is and was. What you're talking about, yes, sir. I can see that happening years ago, but there's nowhere in the world now we can compete against Mexico. Try to know these things. Nowhere in the world we can compete against Mexico of growing flowers and exporting it across the world. So please tell them you're dead.
Hold on, I'm reading comments. King says Nigel introduced a policy to easily import a goat breed and it's improving the industry. Godson says we have to import. It's part of the international agreement signed with our international partners. Okay, continue.
What I'm saying, we can grow flowers, sir. But how much person is going to grow flowers now, and how much money you think you're going to make? Because
I wasn't thinking this.
I
No,
mean,
this
you
was a
have to say
large
one
scale farm.
thing before I go
So a
further.
large
Like when
scale
jump
farm which
up, we're
employ
gonna
about
continue
200
now.
people,
Hold on there. Rusty wants to say something. Go ahead, Rusty.
Yeah, I want to say this to you. Morning, people. Or
good
it's
morning,
afternoon
sir.
now.
Morning, sir.
I noticed the discussion is a very healthy discussion, sensible discussion, but I don't like the narratives. It's as if when I'm speaking with so little confidence, mostly pessimism. Why can't we be more
Optimistic.
Yeah. Why can't we be more optimistic and think that things and spark things into being? Why we always at say, boy, me can't maybe and boy this that why not have the vibes there? No, and a labor.
I can't answer that question there. I don't
That
think
is not
we'll be
labor right spirit.
pessimistic.
Labor right spirit is optimism. Going forward, it will happen, it can happen, it will happen.
No, Russ, there is where is.
Yeah, but there's a thin line between confidence and delusional sometimes, So I think we have become realistic with ourselves. We know, I'm not be disrespectful, that's what I say. What I say is that we have certain industries, like we say, offering services to the world, we sure know so that can work. While we'll be realistic now and say, boy, if we put the banana, we not have the land mass to compete with Brazil in the first place. So in a minute, sense, we will start something, we sure know say I go feel. And say we have
I wasn't really speaking of those particular things. I wasn't speaking of those
okay.
Right? I never made mention of anything specific, you know. So
no, but I was just pointing out that though for argument's sake.
And this is the next problem we can't take. Somebody try to say something and he's like, you can't talk. Alright. The next thing is, you said there's a thin line between optimism and delusional. All of we have sense to know what is real and what is possible and what can be done and what can be tried. Don't ever think to yourself that why nothing can. You know, we still export a lot of vegetables and seasoning. You know, where regardless how much melon on the world market, we still export melon. Because our melon have the best taste. Right? And the sweet pepper. No, everything what is being imported is being exported to, you know, it's just that they are importing more than we are exporting. Why if we step up the game and take it to them? It can't happen, you know.
Yeah, Rusty, I'm glad I mentioned that too, you see. Because I can tell you something. That factory they call Walker's.
They hardly a year, you have to speak up.
No, I'm saying, I'm glad I mentioned the seasoning aspect of things. I'm glad I mentioned the seasoning aspect of things. Because that factory they call Walker's with jerk factory, right? You know, annually, every year I'm exporting over 500 containers of seasoning all over the world, jerk seasoning. The United States.
Listen here, there's a lot of young entrepreneurs we have here, you know. Hold on. You go find this youth on him classic. This man is making his mark with the season and spices industry in Jamaica, you know. Supposed to put some power behind him and say, all right, push him to the world and say, all right. Him can get X amount whatever he needs to process to get his product off the ground and get it on the world stage. But the next thing you know, if a container left you full 1/3 item or quarter and hit the world market with one product name again, I don't remember right now, but let me just use classic pig want a memory right now. Right? We have to be optimistic about this thing. We can't attack down the things them we can happen. And the youth them are listen. The youth them are listen, and when the youth them listen and attack back way. I see them way them have a program.
Rusty, can I
things into reality, my brethren?
Rusty, alright, we're going to talk reality now, Rusty. My reality, not yours, my reality. Rusty, you're talking about melon. Right, and I'm trying to, what I am telling you is, yes, we are export melon, but there's countries in the world that go in order to compete with that country. It's going to take the whole Jamaica to do that, and that's impossible. And that
why are we talking about? Listen, hold on. Why are we talking about competing? Why don't we just export and not think about compete?
But that's where it is. But no, man, no. That's where it is. That's the real reason.
Watch a man. Sell what you have to sell and stop trying to compete with the next man have to sell.
Exactly. It look like that to you. It look like that, Rusty. But the point is, the where we at. We have to talk about where we at now. The position that we stay in the world. Like, for instance, we keep saying, sell what we have and not compete. The man who have the landmass and the workers to do it. We cannot compete with him, and we have to look in that.
But we need to stop think about compete. That me try to say to you.
That's where it is. That's where it is.
Listen here. Hold on, man. Listen to me for a minute, man. Come here, listen a long time, you know. I must can say something now. What about me export my 50 million and people like it and want more of my 50 million and me have a order for 50 million every 2 months. It don't matter how much melon the next man want to sell, but they want my one.
I didn't tell you don't grow
that is not a competition, you know. That is
but listen to me, Rusty. I never said don't grow your melon. I salute you for growing your melon. I salute you for knowing it's a Jamaican product. Right? But basically what I was saying is everybody is saying start grow back sugar, and I'm telling you, cane now make sugar again.
Nobody was saying that discussion. And I just want to say one thing. I am a farmer who plant cocoa from one little plot of land, right? And all the cocoa that I produce every year sell in Canada.
There
Not
you go.
here in Jamaica,
There
sell in
you go.
Canada.
I
There
am
you
not
go.
saying I don't salute you, sir. Thank you very
You
much.
understand? And if me don't have the money to put it in a bag here.
What I'm
So what
saying
are
to
you
you,
so what are you saying? What are you saying? Your level of argument is like Jamaica now have no hopes then.
no, I
No,
didn't
hold on,
say
may I beg
no,
a
no, no,
talk?
no, 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 no,
Hold
no, no,
on,
no.
everybody,
No, I
may I
wouldn't
beg
say
a
that.
little talk? Yeah. Because may I beg a little talk? Just a minute. You see, me don't want nobody rush me. Open this discussion was never saying anything like that. He's talking about competitive advantage. You can grow what we have, and Jamaica market can take that, right? But you have competitive advantage. You have Aki. You say you say you tell Coco golf foreign. Our Aki, our Aki. We can tell you say if Aki grow anywhere everywhere, I mean no. The people them out of the canning, them drive all over Jamaica go buy Aki from people. Right? So if you have the
Mention that,
competitive
Jenny.
advantage, if you have the competitive advantage, work with it. But plant whatever you want to plant. Grow
All right.
whatever you want to grow.
Jenny, no God say mention that because I mean the one hit say the
Hold
Aki
on.
industry is booming,
Hold
and
on. Let me say
exporting
something.
feed. There's a high demand for that. So it's not even
Hold
like
on.
matter say we say you're not for farm this and not for farm that. But why you go farm something where there's a low demand for versus the one that has the higher demand? So our open discussion is saying nah say you're not for farm the melon, you're not for farm the seasoning. Farm things that are on high demand or we can get. So if you know say like the banana now we not really have high demand for that everybody go Brazil. Yeah, you can still farm the banana because you have your market for that. But you know I'm gonna tell everybody for go do that.
Hold on. Let me say something, my brethren. Nobody was talking about high demand and low demand. What we were talking about is market. And Jamaica is a brand, and everything we come from Jamaica is a top brand.
We were talking about high demand.
Hold on, brethren. Your blood clot. Let me talk, no, man. Jaja. That's how we love talk, man. Yo, we're not talking about no competition and we have no high demand and no low demand. We are talking about getting the products out there and putting brand Jamaica upon it. Right? And if 5 man decide to fire 5 plot of cocoa like the next virgin, that are 25 plot of cocoa. Saying, and the list goes on and it goes on and on and on and on. And people know say, all right, the man they carry cocoa from Jamaica, you know. Mexico plant the most cocoa, but we know our Mexico cocoa, Jamaica cocoa. And 5 man a plant it and now go have hand for plant cocoa. So we 5 of him virgin join in with him. 5 of them do the same shipment at 25 plot of cocoa that. Jamaican cocoa. See, stop thinking about the competition and thinking about the foreign exchange where we are bringing.
Tell them
each one of the 5 away.
Yeah, and let them also know that it's not only North America there is a market.
No, but we just use that as an example, brethren.
Yeah.
We just use that as an example.
Dubai and Qatar
Hold on, man. We just hold on, my brethren. We just use one example out of many. See, I mean, I say, stop think about your competitors. That is the problem with we in Jamaica. We think about we neighbor too much and them chicken we are fry and smell now with nice. Work with your calalo. Blood clot.
Rusty, you said something a while ago, and as me say, I saw me here to do. Me do even want, when me ever feel it's like me lay down in bed and they hurt me to say this to you. Can me see you as a ally, me see me and you there, so but this fact still remain, listen to me, and this is the honest truth. When you speak about get 25 more, get 5 more persons that do cocoa, we can say it easy, you know. But get 5 more persons to do cocoa. Where is the land to do that? Compared to a man who have the land.
We have land, man. Give me a pessimist, man. We have land, man.
Give me a chance to speak now, my brother, please.
Blood clot. We have land, brother.
Give me a speak for that. What I'm saying to you, and I want you and everybody's listening to understand this. We can easily speak, say, get 25 more persons to start sell cocoa, to compete or to do this. Yes, fine. The fact still remain. we don't have or we cannot compete to the man who have land just give if we do it. Plus, we have 50
Still going back to compete again. You're going back to compete again.
Man, you get your
So
point.
you keep on go back to compete and me try to be sure you get out the compete out of it. A business where you deal with, stop thinking about compete. Just do your business where you do. Stop it, put on blinkers.
All right.
Put on blinkers like a
The approach of the business always tend to fail still, you know.
Well, sorry, open discussion.
Man who do no farm and market research and just jump in a business and then get rid of them and then say, but you think this will work?
Discussion, talk to me now, because I don't want to speak out of turn. So what talk to me?
Alright, but don't talk still, you know. We just see that put that out.
Oh, you hear me there say open discussion?
No, go ahead now, talk to me.
No, what me there say is that people who just jump on the business without doing a market research, you know, tend to fail, you know. And that's something that not only we learn it in a school about the business, but we see it in the reality. Where you just jump on and say, oh, when the business board, we know about them are doing a business about competition. But if you want to do a business, you have to have a projection not only of your cash flow and revenue, but also of how much expected profit you have to make.
That's all.
You can't just operate a business just to say you operate a business. What if after you don't get your revenue, you realize that the amount of money you put into the whole farming and then exporting, you end up spending more than what you earn?
That's all I am saying.
Because remember, at the end of the day, the customers are going to always go where they get the good quality at a reasonable cost. So if your quality good and my quality good, but your product cheaper, who you think the man really are going to? They must say, oh, this is a brand Jamaican, no go and go to you. Nobody cares like that. And that's the thing we Jamaica, you know, we often exaggerate our brand.
That's all I'm saying.
We often exaggerate our brand.
That's all I'm saying. Nobody never say beat up our farmers. Nobody never say don't have that idea. All I'm saying is
I tell you, you would say you don't go farming. Right now, me a plan to become a top farmer.
What we
me
have
actually a shift for me gonna farming.
No problem, my brother. That lift not after you. No problem. And not beating any farmers and not beating anybody. We have them good ideas. All I'm saying to you, the world, is where we're at. You have to look at your position of where you're at. For one, we do not have the land space to do certain things. For two, we do not have the workers to do certain things compared to another country. So we're still going to be behind them. No matter what we do.
One thing I can say though to support
what we can do. And I'm trying to break it down in a nutshell is create the next Nigel Clark that the world is going to want. That is where we're at right now.
Brother, one person that, brother. You're talking about 2.7 million people.
Let me say something to you guys. Let me say something. Yeah, I can kind of agree with that. Let me add something. I don't sure if I genuine or if I Winston say, but somebody mentioned Walkerwood and the whole seasoning. They say, well, we might can't produce the watermelon or the season for export. We can produce a finished product. Because look at it, Walkerwood seasoning is one of the best seasoning out there on the market right now, you know. And when it comes to the land space, technology in a farming is now a big thing. So Israel show them say you can farm in the desert there, where they actually have in-house farming, take it to a different level, vertical farming and all those stuff. So we actually, even though we don't have a lot of space, you know, we can definitely bring in technology in the whole farming thing. We don't have to do everything old school. We can create smart farms still and try to compete again, but we don't reach a level yet right now. So if we start, we have to work with what we have, and then me to sell later in the future there, so.
And as you rightly say, Life Hype, you see, that is a project, you see, they employ indirectly and directly over 4,000 people. I can tell you that. And they export over 500 containers a year with stuff. I visit that plant once in a while because my cousin, he's the engineer down there, right? And shucks, when you go there any day, you see 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 containers pulling out. You'll never imagine in Jamaica you have an operation like that. And you know what is the interesting thing about it? That system, that project was never started by no government. It was never started by any private sector. You know who started it? The people in the village. They came together, they brainstormed, and they said, what can we do to generate employment? And they said, okay, let us start roast some pork and sell. They start to roast the pork, jerk pork, and start selling jerk pork. This was in the early 70s. Well, tourists used to visit here, them taste their jerk pork. They like the jerk pork and the seasoning. How we can get the seasoning? The people then say, well, we consider again. So they start buckling the seasoning and start exporting. You know how they started with 2 blender and a mortar. And if you know what a mortar is. With about 3 people. They form a cooperative. And that's how the whole thing bloomed. Oh yeah. And as a matter
And yes, come on. That's how most Jamaica indigenous business start in this country.
Yeah.
I hear highlight or something. You see, one of the things what we know that yes, schooling is important to a certain level. But we have to understand, say, see, it's not every education that we garner is to uplift us, you know. But it's to mentally enslave us. And let we believe, say, if we not see the big dollar than cent in practically, it can't work. Many small businesses in Jamaica start out at a small scale and blossom and become middle income or middle conglomerate where they never do no feasibility study. The owner them never have no higher education. So some of these things that they teach us up at UWI and other places, it's to brainwash us and to just turn us off.
But me tell you the villagers them, you know, created that.
Listen what I'm saying, my brothers. Listen what I'm saying, my fellow Jamaicans. I'm not taking away who export or who make this or make that. What I'm saying, and I just said something and I hear somebody shout out, say, Nigel Clark, I want somebody. What I'm saying to you is not necessarily a person who can do finance. I am talking about the next Steve Jobs. The next person who is going to make the next cell phone is from Jamaica. So that's where the money come in. Please understand what I'm saying. I'm saying where we are in the world. Please, no man. Please give me a second. I'm saying where we at in the world right now with technology, with what's happening. That is what we are trying to produce right now. We need to get the next astronaut. We need to get the next person who are going to walk on the moon. Not just somebody who ball out. With not just like a one person. That's not, I just use it as an example. So we going back 50 years ago about plan this and plan that. The world is ahead of us where that is concerned.
Thank you very much.
Discussion.
Another thing we can actually focus on is also research, you know, because we don't just have to have people who are the farming agriculture. We can also have scientists in the agriculture sector or the research and can create products where even the world can export those to as well. Jamaica don't really focus on science.
We want to produce the next person who can go in at somebody's brain and do what them need to do. I don't even know what to call it. I am saying we are behind. Listen to me, so I hope you can understand. All and most of what we are talking about, we are behind the rest of the world. Open discussion. So all I'm saying is we want the next Nigel Clark, not just by name, by the next doctor. We can do open heart surgery. So we put Jamaica upon that. That is how the world, that is where we need to.
I'm saying to you that Jamaica is producing open heart surgery at the highest level. Jamaica is producing financial guru all over.
No, sir, you're wrong about that. Sir, my brother, you're wrong about that.
I'm wrong.
My brother.
Winston, you for talk.
Hold on, can I say something? Hello, can I say something?
Yeah, man, talk.
Listen now, let me say something to you now. If you don't understand, right, the brand Jamaica alone, everybody in the world want to be like Jamaica. If everybody want what coming from Jamaica, everywhere you go. Right now, the Indian them in England here, England me there now. Everybody a brand Jamaica and a sell something from Jamaica. Everybody a stamp, everything stamp in Jamaica and selling worldwide. How much Jamaica getting out of it? Nothing. You understand me? So Jamaica is one of the biggest places in the world. Everybody know about Jamaica. So why Jamaica can't prosper? I would have liked somebody from Jamaica and tell me why. Why we can't have why we can't have consumers that go around and make people.
Would you like me to answer? Would you like me to answer that question, sir? Why we can't pass? And I explain it to you. The position that we are at in the world presently right now, we are behind. Listen, man, you ask a question, please somebody allow me to answer him. We are behind the rest of the world. No matter how you hear we name a call, we don't have in the world right now just to say eye surgeon. We don't have the amount of eye surgeon or the kind of eye surgeon that the rest of the world have. And we are seeing today what we have. Please forget what we had yesterday and talk about where we need to be competitive in that marketing right now. We need to have. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Please, so I hope you can understand. And when I call this person name, I don't mean one person and one field. What I'm saying is what Jamaica need to do right now, presently, to catch up to the rest of the world is to have the next Nigel Clark. And when I say that, I don't mean just one person.
But brother,
give a more direct response. Let me give a more direct response. Alright. You ever realize that you say most things in England, you see stamp Jamaica like on flag or one local gadget or something, them stamp Jamaica for make a lot of money on it. Right. You ever notice where they are Jamaica, you go through the gift shops them out here. You ever realize the ridiculous high cost most of the things them cost? And if you go up on local Chinese website now you see it for way cheaper cost.
So
why the problem we have?
Yeah.
That's what I say. One of the problems is that we tend to price things a bit higher than the rest of the world kind of price it. You understand? So if sometimes because
brother, one thing at a time. Brother, one thing at a time. Please, let's have one. You raise a very good point. Why is that it is cheaper than what we have?
Because we have bad sales. Because I realize a lot of vendors. Hold on, let me finish.
You're right.
Let me finish.
One thing at a time. My brother, that was just saying China and Mexico.
Hold on, let me finish, Lord. Let me finish. Just let me finish, Lord. You're not going to understand my point if I never finish. Just let me finish. Just let me finish.
Why cheap?
Just let me finish. Listen. The person that come in just say the greed thing. A lot of persons, they know that the item they would have sell. Tell the item if they sell it for $30. Not necessarily JMD, but let's say $30. But instead, they want to sell it for $100 and they rather sit down with the item for 5, 3, 6 years, so much years they get account pan. By just to get the $100 instead of say, alright, let me just sell it back for $30. But buy it for $20, I sell it for $30 or $50. You understand? But they don't want to do that. Exactly. Because even the local shops, you know, you know, say a shopkeeper out here will buy something for $50 and instead they not say back for less than $200.
Life, you are right, but they're looking at you are right in life.
And that's one of the reasons why cost of living so high in Jamaica.
Let's moderate that. Step in, Peter. Yes.
Marvet, come up to address something. Anytime my sister come up in the box, it means that she comes to address something. Marvet, you can open your mind.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think, well, this is my thinking. I think that persons are missing the point that open discussion is making. Where the world is going now is based on technology, right? And if we are not technology savvy, we cannot compete. Be it agriculture, be it services, be in whatever industry. So what he's saying is that, right, getting the goats and farming the goats, the level that the world is farming goats, we are not at that level. How are we going to get to that level if we want to go into goat farming to compete with the world? You understand? No, even highlight what you're saying is that the Jamaican products are more expensive. Yes, they are. When we looked at how we produce and the high cost of energy, and saying to someone because China can mass produce, right, and selling cheaper, that Jamaican should lower their prices. If they lower their prices, how are they going to make a profit? So what open discussion is trying to say is that we are not competitive in that field because the other countries can able to do it faster and produce more than all we can produce. So what we need to do now is come up with industries, ideas, and things that can make us competitive so we can make the money with the rest of the world.
Well said,
That
my
is
sister.
all he's
Well
saying.
said. Well said.
I
Well
agree
said.
to that.
Because
I
you
never really disagree with him. Rusty, I disagree.
Hold on, because if I am a farmer, right, and I am just using my hoe and my fork to farm, and the man down at Clarendon know about greenhouse farming, when me not have no idea about who you think is going to be more competitive.
Yes, man.
Let me just put it simple. So while it is that yes, we want the farming, we have to introduce the greenhouse to the little man too, so it can improve. That is all open discussion is saying. Correct me if me wrong, open discussion.
All right, man, but just to that say, I never highlight if I disagree no more with it.
Sister, I one hour make you try to tell them that. 1 hour me.
Yeah, but me I say I never highlight if I disagree, you know, because me agreed open discussion as him open and start talking, can tell you. And Rusted come on now, I say something different.
Can I say something, boss? I agree with open decision, the lady who just come on a while ago. I agree. Because listen, let me tell you something. Not only why Jamaican product is so expensive, people must realize some of the, especially food item on the market at the moment, what Jamaica produce. Yeah, so people from Indonesia who produce the same product, but pick up it right as up. If they put a different label on it, it's not going to sell as fast as Jamaican product. Let me tell you this. That's what the trick is on the market now. We have a brand over here called Tropical Sun.
Right.
They are not Jamaican product.
And they're using it and making killing it.
Yes, to do the stuff. You see what the open decision said? If you have the technical savvy about you can capitalize on this market. Shut out all them people who come and copy the Jamaican product and make it be a Jamaican product and the company can invest out of it. You have to have the technology thing about you. You have to teach the people in your country to get this thing about technology that they can compete with the rest of the world. Technology, everything, you have to have everything up to par to compete with the rest of the world. At the moment, Jamaica is not at that level because number one, Jamaica don't have a database system. Yeah, so you have to get everything up to scratch before you can talk about compete with the rest of the world. Yeah, what the government needs to do next? The people who are copy the brand to make our money, they have to clamp down on them too.
That's what I'm talking about. What about those people, who taking our Jamaican name brand and doing it and making billions out of it? And what Jamaica benefit? Nothing.
Right,
because you can never take a Canadian or an English brand and stamp it and making cane out of it and whatever. So why them use it? And because of what? Because of the Jamaican. We have Usain Bolt. We have all our great people. Jamaican are one talented people. That's why the little country becomes so popular. So why we can't able to find people where go out there and can control and sell our product?
May I jump in at this? May I jump in?
Yeah.
I think one of the things the government need to do. All right, you have lawyers out here. I think we need to get some property intellectual lawyers because, in my view, there's nobody should be using brand Jamaica, right?
That's it. That's it.
you are not authorized. So we have lawyers out here. I think so the government need to find a way, right, to hunt
Yes,
down these
man.
people because it's brand Jamaica. It's
All right.
definitely brand Jamaica.
Look at the brother named Kuya, come straight from out of Jamaica. The Chinese have brand overpowered. He can't sell.
Miss Margaret, I want to ask you a question. My question is to you, because you come on and is supporting open discussion point that he's making. What is the alternative for Jamaica?
Technology and industry.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And if you look at even other countries, how did India grow their economy?
Service economy.
Services, especially IT. And
we have to look now where we can excel.
Exactly.
Look, England don't do industries anymore. England is doing service economy. And that's what boom the economy.
Let me break it down in a small.
Why you think the government open up heart and is trying to train so much people?
Because open economy, service economy system that's coming in now.
Well, what he said that we are low skilled and them need to get this more skilled people in the economy so that we can go to a more productive economy, which will then result in a higher salary economy. Because the economy is very low salary. Because the reason it's low salary is very low in productivity.
Let me break down something in a nutshell. Because when I try to make you understand. Some people do and some people don't. Presently, right now, we have to pay light bill. Where we as Jamaica know so that gone through the roof. We are heading in the right direction, and this is what the Prime Minister trying, and that's what I'm telling everybody. Any day we get that the nuclear plant there, a lot of things is going to change. We are able to make more money because with what we make and use electricity is going to be cheaper. So that's why we can put the brand pan now. But presently we are behind the world. We can't talk. That's all that's supposed to know.
But what I'm saying, everybody.
But that's why we have to heal this man now. That is why we have to heal. We are getting there, but the road is slow, but we're getting there.
Discussion. The point I'm saying is, the point I'm making. Well, yes, I am happy for the nuclear deal, right? But it's only hope that we can hold JPS to their commitment, because then they tell us that about natural gas, when we have a switch from every fluid to natural gas, that our light bill will come down by 1%.
Winston, when we get this, we don't need no JPS. What we need JPS for?
JPS contract to end now, you know.
Listen to me.
Money contract to end 2027.
All I can say, we are, because we have somebody who's bright.
We're always going to need JPS, because JPS is but sir, JPS is an energy provider. What are you saying?
Energy provider. That's what he's saying.
Give me a second, please, people. People have a misconception. People write about JPS and them ever prices, but JPS business model is distribution. So even if you come with the nuclear plant, you will need somebody to distribute the energy.
Okay.
Right. So so regarding JPS, they basically have the distribution network already.
You're wrong, sir. You are wrong.
No. Finish.
Listen to me, please.
Make him finish now. Make him finish.
It's JPS of the distribution right now. License right now. Other persons produce energy, sell it to the JPS, and JPS distribute it at a rate.
Right.
At a rate.
100%.
So if Jamaica goes nuclear, they will need a distributor, or the government will have to create the distribution channels. They will need a distributor.
The government will have to The government will have to move the monopoly.
You hear what you just said?
I
can't jump in. I'm gonna finish my point. One person that. Wait, listen this now. The government can open it up, right? Can open it up and other persons can come in. But I'm looking at it from this perspective. If cheaper energy can be produced, JPS have a standard rate of distribution. Me not expect them, and this is me not expect them. You get energy now say $30 and your flat rate to distribute that is another 30, 60. Me not expect you to get energy now at $5 and you still sell it for 60. Your distribution rate gonna be 35. You're gonna be 35. So when we can produce, she would still need somebody to distribute. We can open up the license, and if we open up the license, what they use to distribute the light poles, I have to go underground. It will take massive investment. It will take massive investment. I'm telling you.
Can I speak to what you just said now? Can I speak to what you just said now? Listen to me. Listen to me, and that is the issue we're not looking on yesterday and today. JPS was, anytime that nuclear plant come in, JPS will be no longer operating in Jamaica. Please remember that. We don't need them for no distribution. We don't need them for nothing at all. They are the elite. Understand that is the reason why the man bringing in this. Listen to me, and let me break it down to you. Just like in Cuba. Cuba have a nuclear plant for years now. The only problem is that they wasn't maintaining it and it broke down upon them. So here we go, Jamaica getting our nuclear plant now. JPS are olden days things. We don't need that now. We're going into new technology. And all I'm saying is now, we need people here now to get the education, how to run a nuclear plant, how to deal with nuclear system. Understand that, my brother, please.
Jump in. I can jump in. We can find people to run the nuclear plant. What we should focus on is that when the contract is supposed to be renewed, and hopefully we are ready to not renew that contract, but the distribution has to take place. Produce it and distribute it.
Sir, please, man. Please.
No, you're manipulating the argument and what you're saying is
let me just address when just
hold on. Before you go any further, let me address
the man, sir.
No, brother, no. You're manipulating the discussion, brother. You're manipulating the discussion. You're the one your point alone to go across. Remember that JPS in recent time put in a multi-billion-dollar investment in the natural gas plant. So they have certain amount a year to recover back them investment and their profit. So the government can't just run out JPS out of Jamaica. So the Jamaica government will compensate them. So what are you saying is wrong?
It's back on JPS contract, 2027 it up.
Thank you very much.
Distribution part of the contract is up 2027. The distribution talking about.
Thank you very much for saying that.
That's what I was saying to you. When the contract for renewal, we don't give them the contract. Hope we are ready for that.
That don't matter. I don't care, but that's what I'm saying to you. So 2 years what? We're not talking about 40 years or 70 years.
Because look on Portmore.
So within 2 years,
if somebody use 100 kilowatt electricity in a Kingston and the same 100 kilowatt in a Portmore, the person at Portmore pay a higher bill, very high, because remember now we have to pay the electricity, the independent power provider separate from JP.
What we need to focus on, and all I'm saying, and I'm telling the world is, we know, and what the Prime Minister is trying to say, what our leader is trying to say, we need now people that is educated. Me don't know where to take. Me don't know which school they need to go, but that is what we need. People in that field to train and get to own. And I'm telling you now, the reason for having a nuclear plant is to get rid of the JPS crap. Because once we get that, You don't need them for distribute, you don't need them for talk to, you don't need them, period. That's all I'm saying to you, you know? So forget them.
Question though, open discussion, right? Who is
Yes,
going to do
sir.
the distribution? What's the policy on that?
The policy on that, honestly, and a good, very good question. It is not out as yet, but what I know and what I'm listening to our leader is saying, and this is what I just said to you, we need people, instead of we going to India or Canada and importing people to do all of that network for us, we need our own people. That is what the Prime Minister is saying to us. We need people to start training our people how to deal with it. But what I can assure you is, sir, what me can assure you and what the Prime Minister can assure you, that is the reason for having it. We don't need these people.
Yeah, but remember, you call that technology transfer. Technology transfer take a long time, Now, let's say they set up a nuclear plant, right? And this is the situation you have to imagine. It's going to be run by the foreigners, the people who have that technology. Now, what they're going to have to do now, which naturally, they'll have to recruit locals and have them trained. It might take 5, 10, 15 years, that much long.
And also, sir, I respect your way of thinking. Other from my brother who is not really thinking. Please remember this was said to us. Our Prime Minister said he was I'm not disrespecting everybody. No.
You are very out of order.
If you take it that way, I am man. No, we are not. If you take it that way,
disrespectful for you, man.
If you take it that way, I am sincerely going to apologize to you, my brother. I don't mean
no, man. It just in a you, brother. For us know when and how to talk.
Let's get started now. If you take it that way, my brother, I apologize to you. All I'm saying to you, and we're not listening. I remember the other day our Prime Minister said to us when he was away, he met a female that was telling him that that's her line of duty. She specialized in that, and he was amazed. So even so that we cannot train our own people here within a 5-year period, we have people that's Jamaican. That is what the Prime Minister said abroad that he can import to do our own job.
Yeah, but
please remember
I don't think it will work like that. Whoever they're going to build the plant, they would provide all of that. It's going to have to come as a package.
Thank you very much for saying that.
And then when it comes as a package, because I have a little knowledge on that. I remember I'd worked with a company once.
Thank you for saying that, sir.
Yes, that's how they do it. And then you use the local and understudy them, and we get there.
Thank you very much for saying that,
But in addition, though, all right, the government in charge and then build that nuclear plant. As the other guys were saying, they're going to need a distributing company. Now, I don't think the government should get into that.
Sir, listen to me now. We can understand. Listen to it so we can be clear on this. All the distribution that JPS had was we talking about a new network now that is going to come in, more sophisticated than them. We don't need them and for them all wiring and for them all bullshit. The contract that is signed that these people from Canada is coming in, they are going to do it and do everything for us.
No, but question though.
No, but
we are not sir. Let me put it this way. It's not just build a plant and leave it on us. No. It's not that.
But honestly, I can't imagine them going to rewire every business place out there. They might be tied into some sort of system that they have there now. Because
that is exactly.
You know what they use?
It would make more sense to take over the existing network of JPS have.
They have to. They would have to.
And it is a JPS system. The thing about it is that the energy, the cost of producing energy is expensive. It's not the distribution. And I'm saying to you, if you are not pleased with the price of the distribution, the contract, and I would want us to be ready by the time the contract is to be renewed. And we get rid of JPS and then we can basically, we can adjust the distribution price. But somebody has to distribute it. The production.
All right, you keep saying that, brother.
Is
Brother,
what.
you keep saying that, brother.
So what the government should do then?
So am I wrong? So am I wrong?
No, we
Answer the
are
question. Am I wrong?
no. Here are no, brother. Here are no, brother. You keep saying it there, so somebody have to produce it. You're asking a question while you're having a comment. What if they, the people them that is doing it, produce it themselves? Answer that part there.